call meeting number 828 of the 28th February, being the last day of February, to order. Councillors, I open the meeting with morning prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city, the Gold Coast. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Our national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Councillors, item 1, apologies from Councillor Hamill. He'll be joining us in about 30 minutes. And Councillor Castro. He won't be joining us. Item 2, Councillor Castro wrote to me seeking that I put a motion. I move that Councillor Castro be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. It's a private matter.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move that if you like.
Okay, thank you. Move Councillor Tozer, seconder. Councillor McDonald. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry it, unanimous. Condolences. Councillors, I move a motion of condolence and a message of sympathy be sent to the Schneider family on the passing of Trevor Schneider. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Councillors, Trevor was an employee of the city, having worked as a truck driver for over 34 years. The Schneider family had a strong history in Southport and the Gold Coast. Trevor loved the outdoor, especially fishing, camping and boating, and loved the game of lawn bowls at his local club, Musgrave Hill. I'm also told he was very handy at fixing all types of things for family and friends. Trevor's workmates have shared many memories of working with him and described Trevor as a bit of a larrikin who loved a yarn over a beer. Trevor was also meticulous with the city trucks he drove. His workmate would say to him that he would eventually wash the paint off his truck because he was always washing it. Trevor was very proud of his children, Caitlin and Clinton, and the adults they have become. My thoughts go out to Caitlin and Clinton and their mother, Michelle. My thought also goes out to Trevor's mother, Thora, or Todd, as she is known to family and friends. Todd still lives in Southport and turned 89 last month. Trevor's passing has had a profound effect on those who knew him, and this demonstrates how much he was valued by his friends, family, and work colleagues, and he certainly will be missed. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you please add Councillor Owen Jones, Gates, Caldwell, Patterson, Bell and Lumsden, Tozer, Taylor, Vorster, Pauline Young, McDonald. Did you get all that? Okay. Right. Councillor Mayoral Minute. First Mayoral Minute is membership of Mayoral Safe the Suburb Forum, and I'll go to Councillor Tozer for...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just need to make a declaration in relation to this matter. Pursuant to section 150EQ3B and 150QE3C of the Local Government Act 2009, I hereby provide notice of declarable conflict of interest in the matter, the nature and particulars of which are as follows. I have a close personal relationship with Hayden Whitworth that meets the definition under the legislative provisions. It's proposed that Mr Whitworth is appointed to the Mayoral Safer Suburbs Forum. To provide a little bit more information, Hayden was a groomsman at my 2017 wedding. He, therefore, meeting the definition. But I'd love to participate in making a decision about the matter because I think the community interest in all councillors, including myself, participating in a decision and my knowledge of his experience and suitability surpasses any perceived benefit Mr Whitworth might attain from being appointed to the voluntary role as a member of the forum. And my understanding is also that Hayden has been asked as part of his role with a separate incorporated association called City Impact, and I'm assuming that role would be extended to whoever runs that entity, whether that was Hayden or otherwise.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move a procedural motion that Councillor Tozer may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest, because any decision to improve the safety and well-being of the Gold Coast is in the public interest. And there is no genuine prospect of Mr Whitworth's interests coming into conflict with the public at large. Thanks.
Seconder. Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone speak against the motion? No. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Please mark that Councillor Tozer did not vote. Councillor, the motion is that Hayden Whitworth of City Impact Limited be invited into membership of the Mayoral Safety Suburb Forum. The preamble's pretty clear that he'll be able to add value to the Mayor Safety Suburb Forum. Councillors, anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Unanimous.
Note that I voted in the affirmative.
Oh, yes, you're right. Councillor Tozer voted in the positive. The next one is that in accordance with section 42(2), bracket 2, and then brackets C of Supplementary Law 1.1, meeting 2008, Councillor Hamill be added as a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, effective immediately. Spoken with the Chair of Transport and Infrastructure, Pauline Young. She's in agreement with this motion, and that everyone knows that there's a lot of things transport-wise happening both at local level and state level in Division 1, and Councillor Hamill's willing to get engaged, debate and really participate, not just in attendance but as a voting member. Councillor, anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried.
So, Mr Mayor, could I ask you a somewhat related question? Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. As you'd be well aware, we need to take advantage of Local Government Act when amending membership of our standing committees. Following our special council meeting decision on Friday, it occurs to me we have at least myself and Councillor Castro with DGC, Councillor Patterson with Hodder and Study Gold Coast, still as directors and observers. And I just wondered whether later today as other business or at some future meeting you might have an appetite to extinguish those memberships, because in the messy aftermath of wrapping up those entities, I'd prefer that I not be an observer, for example.
Can I just get the timing from the CEO, and then we'll do it at that minute. You think about it,
right,
and we'll do it at the next council meeting. That's a good point.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. CEO, if you can look through those. Councillors, you know that ACTA, acronym for Australia Academy of Cinema, Television and Arts, it's a bit like the Aussies Academy Awards. It's going to be here from 2024 onwards, and speaking to ACTA, they'd like to have about three events, outdoor events here at Hodder, and even screening of Elvis and the like, and there's costs involved, but this will set up for future screening as well, not just for ACTA. The $5 there for Councillor Owen Jones. Can you remember that one? Thank you for your kindness. That the councillors, that funding of $36,500 be provided from delivery of a free community screening of Elvis at Hodder outdoor stage on Friday, 10th of March 2023, with $20,000 drawn from Mayor's Community Events Grant Program, project number 65238. And Councillor Taylor, $16,500 drawn from Surfers Paradise event, cost centre 1008212. If you want more information, I can ask my Chief of Staff, Luke, to come and answer some more questions if you want. Councillor Owen Jones.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I sent Luke an email yesterday in regards to the capital costs, because we had, as you know, budgeted for some of that equipment to actually be established so that we could do exactly what's proposed here. And I'd be really interested in knowing, off the $36,000, how much of that is going towards hiring equipment and how much of it's actually going towards resolving the outstanding issue, or whether or not we need to be considering additional capital works so that we actually don't have a repeat of this in the future.
Yeah. Luke. No, at the bottom. There's a button on that. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks.
It's on.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer Councillor Owen Jones' question, I've got a breakdown of costs which I can circulate to all councillors. My recollection of the 36.5, about 12 to 14 of that is staffing costs, and around about 20,000 is hiring of equipment and so forth, as you've just alluded to.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be of interest to know what the cost would be to actually resolve the number of projectors that are required to achieve the result that we sought to do, which will be a capital cost. And then secondly, it's a free event, so I'm assuming that there's no need to do the usual fencing or temporary fencing that turns up. But I'd also be interested in knowing where we've landed with that as well, because I think on several occasions Councillor Gates has suggested that temporary fencing isn't the answer, and we've never seemed to have been able to get to the bottom of that as well. So we clearly invested as a city an enormous amount of money in that area, and I'm just interested in what we need to do to help activate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you to the councillor, I can confirm that those matters will be reflected in this year's budget. We're having a look at the issues, and in fact we'll be using this event as a test case to see what additional infrastructure is required, particularly around the projection of images, but also on the fencing, and there will be a consideration for that in this year's budget. in the capital budget.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I have just a final question in regards to the timing and just making sure that it doesn't conflict with my understanding is there was to be the removal of the grass and the installation of synthetic grass. And because Murphy is usually on the job in these regards, I'd just like to make sure that he won't be working on the same weekend replacing the grass.
Oh, Mr CEO?
I can confirm that there won't be a conflict.
No, fair enough. Any other question, councillors? No other questions? Then I put to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry it, unanimous. Thank you, Luke. Or Mr Wallace. Right. Confirmation of minutes, councillors. 5.1, the minute held on the 30th of January. Any corrections, anyone? Move for adoption. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. 5.2, the special meeting.
Mr Mayor. Oh, I have a correction.
Correction, okay.
Yeah, on page 9, a conflict of interest matter is raised on page 9 of the minutes, and it uses the word prescribed as opposed to described. They have a very different legislative meaning, and the word in the minute should be described as opposed to prescribed, which should not be used in that.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't say the word prescribed, but it's just a, yeah.
Thank you. Any other corrections? Someone like to move for adoption? Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, seconder. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry, unanimous. Mayor's report. Yeah, it's quite a bit there, but what I'll do, I'll be selective on which one I elaborate on. Item 1 is the Broadbeach Community Space officially open, unveiling with Councillor Pauline Young, and on the 31st of January. And we did a tour of the magnificent new facility, which now adds to the network of community centres into the city and complements the cultural precinct that recently opened in December. Next one will be opening of the Carbon Game Towers workshop. I joined Elements Concepts Managing Director Levy Duncan to open the new Carbon Game Tower workshop at Boatworks Coomera. Basically, you know, we see as fishing super yachts, you've got towers you go up to climb up and fish. Well, he's designed it all in carbon fibre, so it's lighter, and that the yachts or the boats can go quicker. And he's had order from all over the world. This came about from joining council officers on a US trade mission to Fort Lauderdale. So he is stoked. Australian Dolphin Swimming Squad. I welcome the mighty Australian Dolphins to the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, Southport. Combined 90 current Australian Dolphins and the next generation of stars is training there, getting ready for Paris Olympics. They used the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, Miami Aquatic Centre, and Griffith and Bond universities. And while I was there, even the British comes all the way and use our facility. The British swimming team caught up with Adam Peaty, British world breaststroke champion. And yeah, he's got very long arms, as you can see. Next item, launch of the city budget 2023-24 consultation. And so it's gone out, have they say. We want to hear firsthand what projects and priorities are important to people of the Gold Coast. The heads up there, the survey closes today. Right, for viewers looking at that, turn your computer on. You can still watch this on the split screen. 5, final local disaster management meeting facility. So photo there with the building in the background has served us for 30 years. The next meeting will be at the new centre in Ashmore. I take the opportunity to thank all the LDMG staff, not just present, but in the past, over 30 years. And I want to especially mention our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Gates, who's been exemplary in supporting me as chair. Next one is Gold Coast Library free service. At the call on resident to take advantage of the city's free library. I think our library was offering a blind date with a book. So I guess what that means, if you don't have a date, go and get a book. Anyhow, the impressive figures is this. 11 libraries throughout our city. The attendance has increased by 33% in the last year, and to date it's 770,000 visitors already, and it's projected that it'll go well past 1.2 million visitors of locals. Next one, Gold Coast dubbed Goldiewood. The Gold Coast was dubbed Goldiewood by Baz Luhrmann, following no less than 8 Oscar nominations, and his latest film, Elvis, which we all know was filmed here and did post-production here. And my congratulations to Best Actor, who won at BAFTA. Best Actor is Austin Butler. Best Costume Design, Catherine Martin. Best Makeup and Hair, Shane Thomas, Louise Colston, Mark Collier, and Barry Gower. Best Casting, Nikki Barrett and Denise Chamaine. So here's hoping that the film continues with success with the upcoming Oscar. Would be great. And here's a video from the ABC.
Queensland's film industry experienced a boom during COVID as filmmakers saw the state as a safe haven for their productions. Now there are plans to cement the Gold Coast as Australia's movie capital.
With 8 Oscar nominations, Elvis is making its mark on red carpets around the world.
I wish to promote you, Mr. Presley.
Filmed on the Gold Coast, Baz Luhrmann's biopic is also leaving a long-term legacy in a region he's dubbed Goldiewood.
Now, I can't imagine a better place to make a movie than in Queensland and especially in the city of the Gold Coast. I don't think we would have been able to make Elvis had we not made it here.
The city isn't new to big film sets. But Elvis was a milestone. For the first time, post-production was also carried out locally. Luhrmann's production company Bazmark has now relocated here.
We took over a building on the Gold Coast Highway and put in 13 edit stations, music rooms, visual effects were created there.
The Gold Coast Mayor is backing the Goldiewood vision, keen to see further investment.
Eckerman Farm, we can do 30-40 studio, which will go to tender, and that's, look at Movie World, that's 9 studio. Well, I'm saying, well, let's do another 40.
With generous government incentives also on offer, it's hoped more movie makers will consider Queensland for their productions.
The screen business is booming in Queensland, particularly since COVID, when the state became a safe haven.
As for what's next,
I think the future of the entertainment industry here in the Gold Coast is so undeniably full of potential that you just have to spend a bit of time here and you want to be a part of it.
Heidi Sheehan, ABC News, Gold Coast.
Not often I agree with the ABC, but this is one of them. Keeping with the theme of film industry, everyone knows actor announcement. It's been done. I just want to quote actor president Russell Crowe, and he had a positive thing to say about our hotter precinct. He said one of the reasons is that actor moved here is that he felt that building the gallery was a signal that we're very art and culture oriented, and more than happy to move actor awards here to the Gold Coast. His words, not mine, but I'll keep repeating it. Next item, Sister City update. Dubai. This month I received news from great outcomes from our Sister City relationship. As you know, I visited Dubai in November 2022 to strengthen our Sister City relationship with Dubai 23 years and identify future business opportunity. When I returned, my office presented these opportunities to Craig Rousell from Gold Coast Health and Knowledge Precinct and encouraged him to connect. As a result, Craig travelled to Dubai on the city-led mission to Arab Health and follow up on these meetings. I'm pleased to report that Craig's now in direct communication with Mohammed bin Rashid University and the Dubai Future Foundation to progress opportunity identified. Doors are open due to these Mayoral mission. Chengdu, we had more good news from our sister city. In 2019, Gold Coast was invited to participate in the Sister City Sculpture Design Project, and the Gold Coast artists designed Koala Meets Panda, and so it stands right outside, it's funded by the Chengdu government and stand proudly at Tianfu Greenway, the longest greenway system in the world. And I'm delighted our civic relationship with Chengdu remains strong. And now there's a permanent representation of Gold Coast in Chengdu for residents, visitors to appreciate. So they look like they get on along all right. Mayoral visit to Perth, meeting and on-site tour of Kimnana Waste Energy Project, and adjourned Alan Jones. Is the Operations and Managers Director for Avatars, and Kevin Suster, National ERF Operation Manager. And we toured the Waste to Energy Project. And the facility will be moving 400,000 tonnes of municipal solid waste, commercially and industrial waste, pre-sorted. And it will generate 36 megawatts of baseload power. It will be the first thermal utility scale waste to energy facility constructed in Australia. And then just around the corner, there's FAST East Rockingham Waste to Energy. And this is a $511 million investment in Perth future. And this will do 300,000 tonnes per year. And energy-wise will deliver 29 megawatts, and which is equivalent to powering 36,000 homes. Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, do you know who funded these facilities?
Yeah, it's a private, it's a PPP. So, and I've got their funding model, and Paul Heaton's got it now. The idea is that you guarantee, I can't talk too much, but at least we want a guarantee buyback of power from the state, and there's waste levy we can talk about that gets rediverted from the state into our project. So they're the sort of things that Paul's crunching the numbers on. And if there's federal money, we'll be putting up our hand, which I have a meeting about that later on. So we're working on that. I checked out the RAC arena as well, 16,500 capacity, and CEO of Tourism WA advised me that 9,000 interstate visitors came to the fight night. UFC 284 was sold out in 5 minutes. The attendance broke the stadium record, beating out the Rolling Stone. So I went right around, go behind. It's quite generous what they share with me of what they did right and what they did wrong. So anyhow, I had Luke was there, so he took all the notes. Meeting with Parent Group and with CEO Adam Irvine and General Manager of Land Development Lyle Kenny, some of you would probably know him. and who owns, parent group owns Sky Ridge Development, and of course, and they also own 25% of the Gold Coast Airport. And they're very buoyant about the Gold Coast, and gave me an update of the progress of the Sky Ridge development. Launch of Pop Masters. Castle Gates, Bale and Lumsden, Hamill, Patterson and Taylor is in attendance. The Pop Master art from the McGraby collection in New York. For those of you, and we had the art minister there as well, and of course, Chair of HOTA got into her ear about future funding of the next stage. And I'd say to you, councillors, if you've got time, if you want to take a break, go over there, spend some time. It's thought-provoking. Some things that you really like, some things I didn't understand. But as I said to you in the past, if some piece you don't understand or you don't like, have another drink, you'll end up liking it after a while. So, Mayoral visit to Sydney. That comes back to your question, Councillor Gates, about I was invited to Visi and Channel 9 recycling roundtable. And our CEO was there with me. Discussion largely is about recycling, and energy to waste came to the fore. But the best part of that also is Minister for Environment and Water, Federal, is Honourable Tanya Pelisek was there, and CEO and chairperson from industry leaders as Diageo, Woolworths, Coles, Audi, Mars Food, Australia, Arnott's, SPC and more. And they were telling us how they're working hard on even changing their wrapping before it gets to be sold. So that they're working on that side of technology. Well, anyway, I got a lot of information there. Glass recycling was one of the things we talked about with Visi, of course. So I spoke on what we're doing, and so it's good to be part of that. I was the only local government person there, and no state government there either. So anyhow, it's quite interesting. Recent mayoral event, free CPR session to save lives, and we ran 3 sessions held at Coolangatta Senior Citizen Centre, Robina Community Centre and Helensvale Library Culture Centre. You know how I feel about CPR. Mayoral Safety Suburb Forum, Councillor Gates, Vorster, Patterson and Taylor in attendance, and we had report from on trial of metal detectors, local crime trends, installation of new safety camera network, and many more. East WAF was here, and based in Ormo. What they do is they take in young people, and I'm going to go and check out the operation to see whether or not if they need more funding or whatever, and if so, I'll see if I can talk Maris into using the funding to help. Breakfast with Champions. Paddle Australia hosts Breakfast with Champions, AIS facility, and guests include Paddle Australia CEO Phil Jones, Gold Coast champion athlete Ken Wallace, and more. They're checking out our facility for training, etc. Wink, wink, nod, nod. They'd rather have the sprints, the canoe sprints and things here on the Gold Coast, but that's up to the Olympic people. Junior Council, a lot of you were there. It was amply chaired by Councillor Vorster, and I think just about all councillors were there. It's the 31st Junior Mayor is Eva Chapero from Emmanuel College, and her deputy is Ethan Burton from Robina State High School. And congratulations to all the executive being there, so looking forward to working with them. CCIQ, business mental health wellbeing. So I was there, gave a speech about what it's like. I think there's a lot more pressure for business owners than ever before. In our city, grown from 71,000 small business in 2021 to now 76,000 to 2022. So if you look at compared to our population, we are the capital city of Australia for small business. Then for a bit of fun, A Midsummer Night's Dream at Hotter, and was there for the opening. It's a very, very funny ballet. So if you want a bit of laugh, it's quite interesting. I think some lady had some giggles behind me. It was really full belly laughter, and she made me laugh too, so it was quite good. Have a look, it's great. I move that the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second, Councillor Gates, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Clarification of members. I've got Neil. Oh, yeah, you have. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I don't usually get up and talk about the bulletin articles because I don't think it's any use. But I feel compelled today. There's an article in the bulletin this morning about the Southern Gold Coast Chamber of Commerce and Southern Gold Coast business leaders and how they felt about the merger of the entities becoming Experience Gold Coast. That's really not the basis of my clarification, but it did state in there that a spokesman, and I don't know whether it was a spokesman from the chamber or just a business leader, but a spokesman said, the joining of connecting Southern Gold Coast with major events Gold Coast in the past has led to undermarketing of Southern Gold Coast events. It caused an underrepresentation of the Southern Gold Coast economy in the local market. That's just not true. As a matter of fact, I think Southern Gold Coast probably would benefit more than most divisions with the amalgamation to major events. We've got lots more sporting events, and I'll talk about just recently, last weekend, we had the Australian Handball Championships, we had beach rugby the weekend before, we've had national and international volleyball events down there over 3 years. Post-COVID, music events, Cooley Rock's on, the expansion and the injection of more capital into that festival. That's wrong. Yeah. I just had to make that known. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
And Bleach will
exactly.
heavily play its part in the southern part.
And it's not even to mention any of the surfing events, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. I missed that article too because I didn't read it. Also, any other clarification? Thank you. Business arising from the minutes, anyone? No. Presentation, anyone want to do a presentation? No? Okay. Conflict of interest, anyone want to do a conflict of interest? Councillor Gates, 10.1.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I have three that I'd like to put forward at this point, just to seek Council's consideration of my participation in meetings where I have a declarable conflict of interest. The first one, Mr Mayor, is as Deputy Chair of the Planning Committee, I've been requested to meet with residents of Kirra in relation to a development down there at 14 to 18 Marine Parade. I have no knowledge of the development clearly at this stage, but if the council would like me to take that meeting because of conflicts that exist for Councillor Caldwell as the chair and the divisional councillor, I'd be happy to do so. But in doing that, I need to declare that I received a donation from UPS, the planning consultant for the project, in 2014 $1,850 and in 2015 $1,850. The amount in 2016 was refunded in full. So I make that declaration and turn it over to the council to decide whether I can participate in a meeting.
Okay. Questions?
No, Mr Mayor, I just want to advise the meeting that I won't participate in the vote on this matter because of the conflict of interest that Councillor Gates has referred to.
Anyone else on that? Councillor Patterson?
Comment more than a question?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think if we were looking at this from a general perception on it, or from a discussion in here, I would say yes. However, given who's making the request and that it's a residential group, I wonder whether they will have an experience of... I just think if there would be a councillor who could represent, who has no conflicts related to the matter, my guess is that the residents there would feel more comforted. That would be my guess.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I've actually got my own declaration on this and I'll be taking no part in the voting on it as well.
Okay, got that. Councillor Jones?
So, Mr Mayor, I've got... so I think that Councillor Gates should be able to participate in the decision-making, and meeting with interested parties, be they submitters for or against, is part of that decision-making process. So the General Counsel has provided some words which I'd like to use as a procedural motion, if that's okay, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
So that Councillor Donna Gates may participate in the decision, given no prescribed conflict of interest exists and the councillor's interests as declared is considered as minor and remote, such that a reasonable person would trust that a final decision would be made in the public interest.
Yeah. Minute taker, that's my favourite one. Something we prepared earlier. Councillor Jones, can you just check on the screen? That's pretty close to what you said.
I've just provided the words to the Minute Secretary, Mr Mayor. So.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Shall we put it to a vote? All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taser, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald.
Against? Motion carried. Those of who did not vote, Councillor Gates, Councillor O'Neill. Anyone else didn't vote?
Caldwell.
Councillor Caldwell. All right. So 10.1's done. So we'll go. Councillor Gates?
I'm sorry, I have three that relate to gaining approval or not to participate in meetings, Mr Mayor.
Is that the JG Quarry?
Yes, that one, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, that's 10.5.
So it's a future decisions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I just want to stick to the agenda.
Yep, please do.
All right. Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'm rising to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down. It concerns a development application potentially over the site at 14 Lake Street, Varsity Lakes. A reasonable person may form the view I have an interest in a proposed student accommodation development at 14 Lake Street, Varsity Lakes. This is because the site is 180 metres from an office suite owned by my brother. The proponent is also Bond University, my wife's employer. The name of the party is Francisco Vorster. My brother owns a commercial property 180 metres from the proposed site. My usual stuff with Bond, even though I don't form a view that there's an issue there. But I'm seeking permission to participate in the decision-making process because there is significant community interest in development matters in Varsity Lakes, including how new developments may impact amenity, safety and car parking supply. This is particularly so along Lake Street, where competing land uses and issues with the original master plan have caused the area to underperform socially, economically, from a safety perspective. My input will allow city officers to have regard to community concerns and achieve a superior outcome. This declaration has been voluntarily made merely to address a perception issue which may be created due to the close proximity of my brother's commercial premises. In truth, I do not believe my brother has an interest in any outcome one way or the other. And yeah, I'd like to participate.
Minute taker, can you bring up that previous General Counsel, would that be suffice? Jody?
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's appropriate.
Okay. No, you'd like to move it? Move. Second, Councillor Patterson. Anyone speak against it? All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Okay, could you note that Councillor Vorster did not vote? Yes, Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I just want to make the point that I voted for that one, but my situation is always difficult when a forward request comes forward and I don't know who's involved in the project.
You can only vote with the information in front of you.
Yeah, so, okay, thank you.
You got anyone you know at Bonn? No, you'll be right. Okay. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have submitted a declaration of a conflict of interest, and I'll go off script and just explain this. At a shelter in Bischoff Park in Nerang, there was an electrical outlet, just a standard plug. That was removed, and I became aware of this at a later point in time when someone complained to me about a lengthy extension cable being run from a building to that shelter so they could run it, so they could operate a jug, electric jug, for an outreach program that's conducted in the park. Now, the fact is the outreach program is partially funded by the Nerang Neighbourhood Centre, of which I'm the voluntary chairman. There's my conflict. And whereas the Neighbourhood Centre itself hasn't requested the reinstallation of the plug, I am on behalf of the broader community because I believe that that's a relevant facility that should be afforded to the public. So I'm just seeking council's approval for me to consult with or negotiate with council officers in regard to this matter, please.
Okay. All right. Minute taker, can you put that motion? Jody? Good? Okay. Move, Councillor Patterson. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Peter Young did not vote. 10.4, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I should have a declaration up there, a declarable conflict with Kira Beach Hotel. And this is the item that Councillor Gates brought up. And I'm not seeking to have any participation at all, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
In the application. I just want it on record. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Do we have to vote on that? No? Too easy. Councillor Gates, come back to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did have one more which I forwarded through before this one, but I'll do this one and then...
Thank you.
This, Mr Mayor, relates to a quarry that's actually within Division 2 and it has a series of issues and a recently submitted operational works application which is incredibly significant. So I'm seeking permission to participate in the matter moving forward and to lodge requests for officer assistance on behalf of my community. The conflict declaration that I need to make, I've excluded myself from the matter up until now, but due to the revised legal advice provided at the council meeting last Friday, I want to make the declaration that I received $1,950 from Mitchell Bray, who's an employee of Arcadis. Arcadis are the consultants to the project in 2014, and in 2015 another $1,850, and the amount in 2016 of $2,500 was fully refunded, and therefore, according to the latest advice, does not represent a prescribed interest, Mr Mayor. So I'm seeking Council's approval on the basis of a declarable conflict of interest to participate in the matter.
Councillor Jones.
Yes, Mr Mayor, if I could move the same words that I moved previously.
Okay, could you cut and paste the other one?
And if I could get a seconder, I'm going to briefly speak to it, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young.
So, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates and I attended effectively a briefing with the officers, and it became apparent that there was the potential for a conflict when Councillor Gates left the room. The quarry is in Division 2, but it's immediately adjacent to a not insignificant population of residents that Councillor Gates represents, and it would bring me great pleasure to have the adjacent councillor be able to participate in the decision-making process, because I think it is an application that's going to continue to receive a lot of community interest as it develops in the coming months.
Okay. Right. Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Good thing.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Councillor Gates did not vote. Councillor Gates, you got one more, have you?
Morton Urban Solutions. That's this one. Okay, thank you. Yes, this one relates, Mr Mayor, to a reconfiguration of lot in Division 3, 5 lots into 91. So it's significant, and it's one that I would like to be able to keep an eye on for my residents. But I did receive a donation from Morton Urban Solutions in 2008. It's 15 years ago, but it was significant. It was $5,250. But I'm seeking permission to participate in an officer briefing. No meeting is envisaged with the historical donor, but I'm aware of their involvement as project engineer.
Councillor Owen Jones.
So I'm happy to move the same words, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Through you to Councillor Gates, while I appreciate that you're seeking permission to participate in an officer briefing, I just wonder whether you imagine that there would ever be a further decision required either under delegation or by council, and whether you may seek to participate in that decision, and if so, whether it's more appropriate to ask for that council authority today rather than potentially coming back for a second time. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Gates.
Permission to participate in making a decision about the matter.
So, Mr Mayor, and given that, and it really is for Councillor Gates, but the wording there at the top of the screen says, I seek permission to participate in a briefing with council officers, rather than I'm seeking...
the motion says in the decision.
Okay, fair enough. So notwithstanding Councillor Gates asking for a very narrow...
No, we're giving her...
No worries, I just wanted to make sure that was protected. Thank you.
On the form, Mr Mayor, there's 2 boxes you can tick. One says I am deciding not to participate. The other box that you can tick says I am seeking permission to participate in the decision. But under that, there's a box that says the reasons why my participation would improve decision making, and I did include those words in that description. That's right.
No, oh, good. Second, anyone? Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Councillors, anyone else? Councillor Caldwell.
Sorry, just in light of Councillor O'Neill having taken the position that she should inform the meeting formally about the declaration in relation to the Kira development, I think I should do likewise. So if you don't mind, if we could just bring up a blank...
How about we can we bring up Councillor O'Neill and then amend that? Is that better?
Yes, there are striking similarities between the two.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, that's it. So if we,
If it's easier with a blank, I'm happy to bring the blank.
copy, paste. Okay, thank you. I'd say that the next box can remain. That's the same. That's the same, that's the same. And the donation was made on the 19th of February 2016. And I'm merely formalising the fact that I won't be participating in anything to do with the decision making in relation to this matter, as has been my position since the donations were made under the current legislation. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Right, no others? Let's go to 11. Reception and consideration of committee meetings. Lifestyle, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 14th of February 2023, covered by recommendations 1 through 7, be received.
Second, Councillor Bowden Lumsden. Councillors, any item you wish to deal separately, Councillor Tozer? Oh, yeah, I should. Yeah, receive. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. No, we've got it. Just 7.1 we're going to. Cemetery.
So, Mr Mayor, this is a very general comment, general item about cemeteries in the city, but previously I've made a declaration because my home is adjacent, and if the Minute Secretary can just scroll up, I own, with my wife, 44 Moonbeam Parade in Mudgeeraba, which is a property adjacent the reserve that is behind the Mudgeeraba Cemetery. It's technically the same lot, although it is quite a number of, quite a distance away from where we're talking about, but in this report, it remains an interest because it refers to the Mudgeeraba Cemetery. So I'd like to remain in the room and continue to participate as I have done for previous matters relating to the Mudgeeraba Cemetery.
Okay. Procedural motion. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, I'd move that Councillor Tozer can participate in the decision despite the conflict, because the conflict is remote and not influential in this matter.
Okay. Remote and not influential in this matter. Okay. Seconder? Councillor Gates. Anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Tozer did not vote. We might as well just continue on this item. Who moved in the... Councillor O'Neill, you moved it in the... Move. Seconder was... Councillor Cassidy is not here. You want to second it? Councillor Tozer. Councillor O'Neill, you want to speak further on that? Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, item 8.2 is a general business motion in committee and it deals with Rural Fire Service and specifically Volunteer Fire Brigade charge. I have previously made a declaration that I'm the voluntary chairman of the Goonabara Rural Fire Brigade, but I'm now informing the council that I've resigned from that position and therefore no conflict exists. I'm still a voluntary member, but not on the committee. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Now I'll go back to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Lifestyle and Community Committee be adopted.
Councillor Lumsden is seconder. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. Transport and infrastructure. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 14th of February 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 10, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Right, any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, if we could deal with item 6.6 separately. I have a prescribed conflict of interest and I'll be leaving the room while that matter is considered. I'm a beneficiary of Harchelma Proprietary Limited, trading as the Gates Family Discretionary Trust, which operates primarily out of Sanctuary Cove. I will not participate in the debate given that the matter deals with potential transport infrastructure for the Hope Island Sanctuary Cove area.
Okay, we got that. Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I also have a declarable conflict of interest. Well, yeah, I can't say also, actually, the prescribed one. Also relates to this item, Mr Mayor, 6.6. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down, I'll read into the record. A reasonable person may form the view of an interest in any decision to improve transport infrastructure at Sanctuary Cove, as my brother has a commercial relationship with the developer of the estate. My brother's Frank. Jesus, becoming a trouble for me. I know. Anyway, I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision because this declaration is made on a voluntary basis and merely to address a perception. Sorry, if we wouldn't mind scrolling back up. To address perception issues that may arise given the declaration made by Councillor Gates, my brother supplies payment solutions to an entity connected with the estate mentioned in the report. There's no personal interest in Council's decision to deliver better active travel infrastructure or a buggy path for the residents of Hope Island. My participation would ensure Council makes a fully informed decision which benefits from my insight as a proponent of modal shift.
Okay.
And sorry, Mr Mayor, I just want to clarify that this relationship between my brother and the entity only came about after the last committee meeting. So I didn't fail to make that declaration. It's just days old. And that's why I'm making it today and I didn't make it a committee.
Okay. Right, would someone like to move the one we like? Can you whack that up there, see what... Is it in there? Councillor Pauline Young move. Seconder? Councillor Tozer. Right. Anyone speak against the motion? All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Vorster did not vote. Councillor Owen-Jones?
So, Mr Mayor, if I could move the item.
Move. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Over to you.
Mr Mayor, this was reported in the bulletin as council looking or seeking to commit $8 million odd to golf buggies, and that's actually not the decision of the committee. The committee decision was to do the obvious, and that was to improve the active travel for pedestrians on Hope Island, and in particular look towards this signalisation of pedestrian crossing on the somewhat busy Santa Barbara Road. And the $8 million was the high-level estimate to connect sections of Hope Island that have never been connected with buggies because they don't form part of the international resorts. So in particular, Casey's Road, crossing Santa Barbara Road to the verandas, and also heading south to connect to Cova, which has a very limited number of buggies. But it was an exercise that we did after we were petitioned by three body corporates in regards to it, and identifying the high-level costs was an important body of work. And I think that also important is the city committing to improving pedestrian safety on Santa Barbara Road, and to a lesser extent also the connection of a footpath onto Casey's Road, which was the original access point into Sanctuary Cove before it was amended. So I think it's been a good body of work to have on the public record, because it'll help inform future requests for buggy connections on Hope Island that don't exist at the moment.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Unanimous. Mr CEO, can you get someone to get Councillor Gates back in?
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Tozer. No, we've no reverse gear in this council. No reverse gear. Councillors, any other item you want to deal separately? Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, just a question on 7.1.
Question 7.1. Okay.
It was in closed session, but a question was asked in regards to options, mode options. I did ask for the results on that, but I haven't received any information in regards to it. And I'd like to know all the options that were considered, please, Mr Mayor.
We still take on notice of it. Mr CEO is still working on it. Okay. Councillor Vorster.
I'm happy to move the item.
Thank you. Moved. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Speaking on it, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, at committee we dealt with a closed item, which is a little bit frustrating because I think everyone in this chamber wants to bring to this debate an air of transparency because of the significant community interest that applies. As Councillor Owen-Jones noted, when we moved from closed session to open session, when he originally moved the item, what we moved as a committee was a changed recommendation. It was not the same recommendation that was put to us by city officers. And Mr Mayor, what that change talked to was that we as a council have a desire to be presented with the same information as the state government will ultimately be presented with when asked to make a future investment decision. That's a radical departure from previous practice, but I think talks to just how seriously we take the expenditure of ratepayer dollars, that we want to make sure we're getting absolute value for money. So while Councillor McDonald may not have the answers she's looking for today, there are questions on notice, and ultimately, as a council, we should be furnished with the information we need to make the best possible decision for ratepayers. We don't have the authority to make that business case and all of those artefacts public ourselves. That's a decision for the state government, but at least we should have that information at our disposal when we make that future decision. And that's a powerful step forward and should, I hope, give the community confidence that we're making our deliberations in the public interest. Thank you.
Anyone speak against the motion? The motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Vorster. Oh, sorry, Rob.
I thought you might have meant Councillor Hamill.
They look alike now. Edgy.
Is that, you got to go to see a doctor to get a shave, do you? Councillor Pauline Young.
Mr Mayor, I move that the remaining recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. We go to planning and environment. Councillor Colwell.
Or environment and planning, depending on which way you prefer it. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Thursday the 16th of February 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, Councillor Gates?
So sorry, Mr Mayor, but 6.4.
6.4, yes.
Mr Mayor, I made two declarations in relation to item 6.4 at committee, and I left the room for that discussion. But given the legal advice provided on Friday, I no longer have a prescribed conflict, so I want to make two declarable conflict of interest declarations. The first one relates to Arcadis, and the declaration is that I received $1,950 from Mitchell Bray in 2014, who is an employee of Arcadis. I received $1,850 in 2015 from Arcadis, and the amount of $2,500 in 2016 was fully refunded and therefore does not represent any longer an interest. So I'm seeking permission now to participate in the decision.
Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, we could use the same words that we used for the earlier Arcadius decision.
Could you cut and paste that, please? Anyone want to speak against? Oh, seconder. I need Councillor Hamill. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Back to you, Councillor Gates.
Many thanks, Mr Mayor. The other declaration on 6.4 relates to the planning consultant UPS. I received $1,850 in 2014, $1,850 in 2015, and in 2016, $1,850, which was fully refunded. In the same way, I'm seeking to remain in the room and participate.
Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind using the same words as I've previously used for the Arcadis.
Seconder. Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Any other declaration in 6.4, councillors? Then we'll go to 6.4, Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Happy to move the committee recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. You want to speak on that? Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Councillor Gates? Against? Carrie, is it unanimous? Did anyone? Unanimous? Yeah, okay. Unanimous. I'll go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I think I had a declaration on 6.2.
We're going to 6.2, councillors.
Yep, sweet. Look, Mr Mayor, I've made this declaration a few times. You might take it as read, but just to provide you with a bit of background, I did ask a question at committee concerning the light rail, references to the light rail in the strategic framework which the state government interfered with. And given my wife and I own a property in close proximity to the light rail corridor in Palm Beach, I made a declaration. I wouldn't usually do it, but because I asked the specific question, I took the step of making a declaration. So I'm making that again today. Thank you.
All right. All right. Is that what was the procedural motion there? Is that what was in the... Okay, so, and someone like to move that? Move Councillor Tozer. Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Vorster did not vote. Councillor Caldwell, do you want to move that 6.2?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Councillor Caldwell, you speak on that?
Well, I will, Mr Mayor, because there's been quite a bit of community interest in relation to the amendment package 2 and 3, and you will see that in the recommendation which was changed at committee, we propose to invite the Honourable Stephen Miles, Minister for State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, and the only government representative here on the Gold Coast, Minister Scanlon, to participate in a workshop which will determine the way forward in relation to the items that had been rejected by the state government when it was submitted for the state interest at the end of last year. We are hopeful that we will get some interest in that process by the two ministers, and that we will be able to resolve a way forward in continuing to pursue what are important planning reforms for the city. They're matters that deal with not only housing choice, supply and affordability, but also very important design and quality of design and development parameters throughout the city. So there is a broad interest across our entire community in relation to these balance items that haven't yet been given state approval. And so we look forward to pursuing those with the cooperation of the state government, so that the message that was sent to us by the community through our various stages of community consultation can be brought to fruition.
Okay, and speak against the motion. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Divisions call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Vorster.
Carried, super majority. Any other items separately? Councillor McDonald.
Thank Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like item 6.3 dealt with separately.
We're going to 6.3. Dealt with. You want to speak on that or no? Councillor Caldwell?
I'm happy to move the item, Mr Mayor, and if there's a seconder, I'll speak to it briefly.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. You now have a motion on the table. You want to speak on that, Councillor Caldwell?
Can I just see the wording of that recommendation, if we could just scroll it up onto the screen? Is there a further paragraph to that? Yeah, keep going, just checking. Okay, no, that's fine, Mr Mayor.
Anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Vorster and Councillor McDonald.
Did Councillor McDonald vote positive? I saw your hand up there. You changed, okay. Motion carried. Got all that? Okay. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Thank you, Director. We now go to Water, Waste and Energy. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Thursday, 16th of February 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Items deal separately, councillors. Councillor O'Neill.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor. Councillor Caldwell, did you want to unstar, pull out 8.1 for a change recommendation?
Well, I mean, I was happy with the recommendation that was made by committee, but there's a problem because there's a lack of support from the organisation to implement that, which means that we're ultimately going to end up going nowhere. Is that what would happen, Mr Heaton? Through you, Mr Mayor?
No, I think you'll do the councillor's wishes, wouldn't you?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we had a discussion at committee. We have a situation at our Merrimack Waste and Recycling Centre where we've had to close part of that facility to undertake some safety work dealing with asbestos on that site. You mean? Oh, sorry, Mullendina, my apologies. Thanks, councillor. They all start with the letter M. As part of that work, because of the capacity of that site being reduced, we've had made the decision, which was communicated in a briefing note to councillors and to the public, that we would close part of that facility to, and in particular the green waste pad, to commercial customers for a period of, I think it was 6 weeks while that work was undertaken, and ask those customers to go to our other 2 commercial facilities, which are at Reedy Creek and Stapleton. On that notification, we received 8 complaints, if I recall. 2 came via your office, Mr Mayor, and 6 we received directly into water and sewerage, and a number of the councillors got some of those complaints as well. At committee, the discussion was what alternatives could we do for those customers as opposed to redirecting them to the north and the south of the city. And Councillor Caldwell suggested, as per the recommendation on screen, that we divert them to the Merrimack and Pimpama sites, which are residential sites, but are much closer than the other two facilities. At committee, I asked for committee that I could go away and talk to staff whether we could actually undertake that work safely, because they're much less or much smaller facilities. So post-committee, I went to my staff, and their advice to me was that they felt that those two facilities couldn't take that additional loading. We then provided a briefing note to committee members towards the end of last week, offering a couple of other solutions and suggesting if committee wanted to proceed that we could make use of the Mollendina quarry, but that would take some time to get that option worked up. And we offered that as I say, a resolution for those customers that are impacted. As I say, it will take some time and it will take some dollars, but we believe that those dollars won't be wasted in the sense that we'll be upgrading access and roads, but it will unfortunately mean that existing customers will be impacted for about another 2 weeks while we make that site ready.
Okay. Councillor,
sorry.
We might as well keep going.
Yeah, so on that basis, because I've tried to be cooperative in finding a solution, I don't intend to ram an unworkable solution down the throat of the officers to try and implement. And so on that basis, the recommendation that was put up at committee is obviously no longer the appropriate solution. So I would, if you'll take an amended motion, a new motion, which is not that one, then I'm happy to move what is essentially item 2 out of the memorandum for us to utilise the Mollendina quarry site once the appropriate works have been undertaken to get that accessible.
They should have that amended motion.
Yeah, it should be available, I think.
It's not amended. This is...
No, sorry, it's not amended. You're right. You're correct.
Yeah, so delete clause 2.
Yeah, there's...
Yeah. One's just on its way.
Yeah, okay, it's coming, I'm told. I'll just read out. The council notes the requirement to close the commercial green waste facility at Mollendina for essential repair and improvement works. 2, that for the remaining period of closure of the Mollendina commercial green waste facility, that temporary arrangements be made as soon as possible to accept commercial green waste at the Mollendina quarry.
Second. There you go. It's not changed, Rick. Just call it a motion. That's it. Moved by Councillor Caldwell, second by Councillor Peter Young. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I don't want to speak against. I just wonder through you to the Director, if when matters of general business are discussed and a changed position is provided by Gold Coast Water, would you mind circulating all councillors so that we have an understanding of the background to the general business and the action that thereafter taken? Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr Mayor, if I could just speak to it briefly.
Yep.
It seems unfortunate that there is some necessary works that need to be undertaken at Mollendina, and I think we all need to acknowledge those things should be undertaken, and appropriately so. But the immediate displacement of thousands of vehicle movements of green waste from our commercial operators on the Gold Coast to the far end of the city, the north and south end, is quite a unpalatable alternative for many small business operators who are carrying commercial green waste and need to offload it somewhere within reasonable proximity of where they're collecting it. So I was hopeful of coming up with a solution, which it appears we have, if this is supported. And yes, there is some cost attached to it, but that cost won't be lost because ultimately we are creating a usable asset into the future. And I think the lesson out of this is that we probably need to be thinking a little bit more ahead of the displacement of these types of operators when we undertake these works into the future, because really this probably could have all been avoided if we'd put some different plans in place prior to the closure. The memorandum that the officer circulated, thank you for that, talks about between 7,500 and 9,500 expected vehicle movements as a result of this change. That is the number of operators who are going to be impacted by the closure of Mollendina, and would have otherwise been sent to the extremities of our city, putting those types of commercial operators out onto the M1 to get to those locations. So this is a far better and sensible solution, and hopefully it earns the support of my colleagues.
Anyone speak against the motion? Then I'll go to the vote. Ask the question, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, I certainly welcome the solution that's been presented to us by the Director. It's fairly nimble and that's great. I just want to make sure that there is going to be suitable notification of this for the public, especially those who might use the site. So through you, Mr Mayor, can I ask the Director to respond to that?
I guess you'll do it straight away.
Through you, Mr Mayor, absolutely. Once Council has endorsed this approach, as I say, we'll commence the works and commence communication with our customers.
Well, in that case, let's take a vote without delay. Councillor Gates?
Well, Mr Mayor, I haven't seen the detail, so I have no idea of the costs involved, and this is the point I'm making. I don't know anything about this item because I didn't go to committee, I'm not on the committee, and I wasn't circularised the information. So I'm happy to support it given what I've heard today, but I just reinforce that we do need to see that information when voting.
All right. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Any other items? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee be adopted.
Seconder. Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Councillor Gates, which way did you vote?
Sorry.
Which way did you vote? So I got the numbers.
I supported, Mr Mayor. I voted in favour.
Okay. So the motion carried. Thank you, Director. Governance, Administration and Finance, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Governance, Administration Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of February 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the remaining recommendations, which is all of them, of the Governance, Administration Finance Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? So unanimous. Okay. Thank you, Director.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor. Could we have a short break before we enter into...
Okay.
Yep.
10 minutes. Councillors, good? We have a quorum. So, could you shut the door behind you, Luke? Thank you. Right, councillors, we're at economic tourism and events. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting held on the 21st of February 2023, covered by recommendations 1 to 5, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, I'd like to go to 6.2, primarily the Carabel conflict of interest from me. If you can put that on the screen, please.
Mr Mayor, sorry, Mr Mayor, just in the minutes it noted that Councillor Castro presented the minutes, and unfortunately that's not, we'll just need to correct that for the next, as long as you pick that up.
You good? Okay. So, I'm a director and shareholder of companies that own land in Surfers Paradise. The company is listed in my register of interest. Lot 35, lot 342, lot 5 basically is the car park in Surfers Paradise, and also lot 2 of 70 Remembrance Drive. And they're my land holdings from the two companies. And okay. Councillor is contemplating an investment in public space infrastructure in Surfers Paradise and surrounding areas. In this regard, my interest is comparable to thousands of others in the community. In my view, does not constitute a real conflict of interest. You can put perceive in there if you want. As the former president and life member of Surfers Paradise Chamber of Commerce, and a former owner of businesses in Surfers Paradise, I feel my experience can be of assistance to council in consideration in this matter. Guess what I'm saying? I'd like to stay in, but over to you. Councillor, question, yes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We talked about this matter at some length, and as part of the confidential report, there was a presentation from the Chief Financial Officer. It identified properties in Surfers Paradise, and it talked about the number of rateable properties. Very general information. Are you aware of how many rateable properties are influenced by the lots that you've identified today?
All of them would be rateable.
So the number, if I recall correctly, of rateable properties that were impacted by the report was about 20. Yeah, it's about 22,000 properties were identified in Mrs. Frost's report.
Yeah.
Do you know how many rateable properties are impacted by the lots, or it's just the 4 properties you've identified?
Yeah, they're my 4. Okay. I don't know how many there is in Surfers Paradise. So over to you, councillors, whichever way, whether you like in or out. No?
Mr Mayor, I can't participate because I have a declaration as well, so just to let you know, I can't participate.
All good? Well, I can voluntarily leave. That's another way of doing it if there's no motion. Councillor Taylor?
I'm happy to put I'm happy to put a motion that you can participate, if I can get the confirmation of words with the solicitor, that you don't have any greater or less gain or loss in the properties you've got than any other business in the area of Surfers Paradise. So maybe you could help me out with the wording.
Councillor Tate, your glasses?
Yeah.
Maybe there's no.
Any benefit that Councillor Tate may receive is no greater than the benefit that the local community may also receive.
Wording to that effect might be suitable.
Okay, we'll wait on the screen. That's it? Is that it? Is that motion? Second to anyone? Councillor Patterson? Right. Just really, anyone speak on it? Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, I'd be happy for you to stay and be part of the decision, but I'm not sure about the wording. I think that, I wasn't present at the committee, but my understanding is that Ms Frost presented information to the committee that informed them that properties in the precinct were likely to increase in value, and on the back of that, ultimately, council would recover its costs through increased rates. So there is a defined and acknowledged expectation that property values will increase arising from this and other works.
Oh my
So
God.
I do think that there is a conflict, and I think we need to be really careful about managing that.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned about the wording. I don't have an alternative to offer at this very minute,
Right.
but I don't think that that
Isn't it
is-
related to the local community though? Because it's the local community that would also receive the benefit.
Okay. Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, I actually don't think it's the local community. I think it's the ratepayers. So the chief financial officer identified that there was some 22,000 ratepayers in the precinct, and that broadly there would be an uplift in value if the city committed a not insubstantial amount of funds towards the renewal of Cavill. Okay, so in my view, the properties that you've identified are not adjacent to Cavill, but they are part of the 22,000 ratepayers. So I think it's the benefit the Surfers Paradise ratepayers may receive.
Okay.
And Mr Mayor, I think in my mind it would be different if it was Remembrance Drive, where the properties actually are immediately adjacent to. I think that you are in the broader precinct and were part of the overall numbers, that the information that we received, but the actual commitment of the city to 90 million or 130 million or whatever the dollar amount may end up being is actually about the rejuvenation of the centre of Surfers Paradise. And I would have thought that the properties you've identified aren't in the centre; they're adjacent to it on the edge of the precinct.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. And I hate to be workshopping this. Obviously, you're chairing the meeting and we already have a motion on the table. But I wonder whether we should be talking about not the Surfers Paradise ratepayers, so maybe just extending this a little bit more for Councillor Owen Jones, but saying that his interest, because the interest is no greater than the benefit, effectively, Mr Mayor, from what I understand, the exemption that we can use is that your benefit is no greater or less than the benefit for a significant number of people in the local government area.
Yes.
That's what we need to rely on in order to permit you to participate in the meeting. So I just wonder through you to the just the name change all the time, because it still says City Solicitor on your tag, sorry, General Counsel, through you to the General Counsel. Is it appropriate to make reference to the Surfers Paradise ratepayers, or do we need to show some regard to the Act and talk about a significant number of people in the local government area? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
If I might respond,
please
through the chair. It depends on whether you're dealing with it as an ordinary business matter, which makes reference to benefit no greater than a significant proportion of persons in the local government area, or if you don't determine that it falls within that category, you can still deal with it as a declarable conflict of interest.
Councillor Tozer.
Just so I can help process what's being discussed, could you estimate the value of the lots that you've identified today?
My value?
Well, I mean, we're talking about a potential land valuation uplift. We're reconciling that. What is the estimated value of the lots you've identified? Sorry, Mr Mayor, I don't mean to... Councillor Patterson makes a good point. It is more than I've got, and it's probably more than she's got, but I'm trying to process what's being said. What, could you estimate the value? It doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be, but give me a round figure.
Okay. All right, I own 50%, like my parcel, my share, and the value of all the property would be greater than 30 million.
So, Mr Mayor, on that basis, for us to help assess this, there was an item when we discussed the matter in committee, the Chief Financial Officer identified she proposed a land valuation figure, an increased figure that would be reasonable to suggest could be connected to the investment that we're considering. And for councillors' interest, they should reconcile the value that Mr Mayor has identified and then work out whether that's a reasonable change.
Okay. Will this help?
I didn't mean to bring your private information into it, but I asked you to be as vague as possible, and it's important for us to deal with this.
I'm doing my best too, so that you know we all make the right decision.
I also appreciate that the information we shared in committee was in closed session, and so I don't really want to disclose that. I'm trying to be as obtuse as possible.
I don't mind. The car park section, not lot 2/70 Remembrance Drive, the car park which is adjoining, it's due for settlement 31st of March, so in 31 days. I don't know when you're going to complete this project, but anyway, if that helps anything. Councillor Patterson.
Oh, okay, so thank you, Mr Mayor. So I've got a couple more questions, and thank you, Councillor Tozer, for that, because I think based on the numbers, and I won't go into the exact numbers that was proposed, but it would be substantial, and it would mean that it is at a much higher number than is for the standard ratepayers. So with is your property unconditional to sell?
Yes.
So it's an unconditional settlement right now?
Yes.
So you've got a price?
Best way I can answer that is if it doesn't settle, I'll keep the deposit.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So, you know, a sale's not a sale until the money's in the bank.
Yeah,
and you're
it's
down
tricky.
the pub drinking it. Councillor Peter Young.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. And thank you. Can I please, through you, ask the General Counsel to be absolutely specific about the wording that you did read, please? Could we hear that again? Because I think you did say that it's about greater or less than a significant number of people in the local government area. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that was in respect of an ordinary business matter. But if you are alternatively dealing with a declarable conflict of interest, it's a matter for councillors to determine the appropriate wording to be satisfied that there's no conflict between the personal interests of Mr Mayor and the matter you're determining.
Through you, if I might, Mr Mayor. In that second regard then, you say there's an option for us. Do you have any suggested wording that we might hook onto? Because in my heart, Mr Mayor, I do believe that you have an interest that's greater than a significant number of people in the local government area, and good for you, but I think that's a measure that we should take into account. And so that doesn't seem to be open to us, that we deal with this as a ordinary business matter. I think we need to find an alternative if we're to entertain you being in the room, and I do that with respect.
Agreed.
Yep.
Do you mind? Do you have
It's
some
a proposed wording for a declarable conflict of interest.
Yes, please.
Yep. You could elect to make reference to the interests of people within that Surfers Paradise area.
It's not that now.
Just to simplify, I have heard enough to suggest that I think you have a greater interest than the general ratepayer, and I would probably prefer that you participated in debate but did not participate in the decision. I think you have a unique knowledge of Surfers Paradise that I think would add value to our debate. I think everyone is very aware. I think you've been transparent and open with the declaration of interest, so I think it makes I think we can consider carefully the matter with that in mind. But if you left the room for the decision, I think that would be a wise way to move forward.
We could just put there.
So if I can foreshadow that might occur, that would be great.
Why don't you just amend
So
why don't we just amend what's moved there?
if you're comfortable with moving an amendment, or if you are comfortable with Councillor Taylor withdrawing his motion, as the chair, you have the discretion to be able to do that if you'd like.
No.
I would suggest it probably doesn't constitute an amendment. It is asking you to leave the room, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. No, it's a foreshadow.
So I'll foreshadow that that despite the conflict, Councillor Tate should participate in debate, but leave the room for decision making.
Okay.
Do you want those words again?
Just so that we get this right, because it just seems to be that we're throwing out.
Why don't I just volunteer to leave? It's easy for everyone, isn't it? Councillor Gates, can you take my chair? I'll just volunteer to leave. I don't want to expose. All right?
Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mayor, a moment if I may before I start.
I have a declaration too before any discussion about the item.
I've just got a question on conflicts.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, through you to either the CEO, of course, or the General Counsel, could I just get a sense, if this matter, which is a significant amount of expenditure, either between 138 million, 40 million or $0, is referred to the Special Budget Committee for consideration during our budget deliberations, is it more or less likely that we would be able to form a view that this be a ordinary business item, in other words, part of our budget deliberations, and managed in a way that may facilitate the Mayor's participation?
Councillor Vorster, the CEO, will answer that one.
Yes, it's more likely to be dealt with as ordinary business.
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, I understand you are making a conflict, but I just want to flag that this obviously has a lot of warts on it. It is largely a budget item, as I said, between 138 and $0, and I'm turning my mind to perhaps deferring this to Special Budget Committee as part of our budget deliberations, where we can encourage the fulsome participation of councillors. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vorster. And councillors, I'll just make my declaration before we actually move into the item discussion. In August of 2011, I received $675 from RPS Planning. There was a company mentioned associated with providing a report, and it was RPS Australia East Proprietary Limited. I've had no contact with RPS for many years, and I sought at committee to remain in the room. I don't know if it is a related company, but I'm making the declaration in an abundance of caution. So, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move a procedural motion that Councillor Gates may participate in the decision, despite the Councillor's conflict of interest, because the relevant donation was made outside of the relevant period, and the nexus between the public interest and the donor's interest is far too remote to arouse community concern.
It's weird to be taking a seconder on this motion, but I suppose I have to do it. And Councillor Young, all in favour? And we need a division. Thanks, Alicia.
Ready? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
And Councillor Gates did not vote. Thank you very much. So now we need to deal, I'll go to Councillor Vorster. We're dealing with item 6.2, councillors.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm rising to move a significantly changed recommendation. And if I have a seconder, of course, happy to justify it, but accept that we collectively make this decision. And it would read that the matter be referred to a future meeting of the Special Budget Committee for separate consideration during deliberations of the City Budget 23-24. If I have a second, I'm happy to speak to that.
Do we have a seconder? I'll second that for you, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I understand that Council may have an appetite to resolve this matter. It's certainly been the subject of a lot of media commentary, community interest, and it has been a long time coming. I must admit, Madam Chair, that I was quite taken aback by the report that was presented through committee. Not that I was at committee, but was furnished with a copy of the report. And that is because, Madam Chair, I'd understood that the genesis of this piece of work was to talk to the activation of Surfers Paradise, not potentially a $138 million capital project to transform Cavill Mall and the foreshore. Madam Acting Chair, I believe that it is not really appropriate for this matter to be considered in a committee outside of the budget process. Why? Because, councillors, we're dealing with an impact to our rate space. We're talking about a potential $148 million bit of expenditure from not from developer contributions, but from consolidated rates. And, Madam Acting Chair, we're proposing to consider this very significant capital project at a time where it is remarkably difficult for all of us to progress and advance essential infrastructure upgrades in our own divisions. Madam Acting Chair, I'm very concerned that if we were to consider this project in isolation, we would not be in a position to properly understand what the trade-offs will be with respect to delaying road projects, intersection upgrades, footpaths and playgrounds across the city. We don't know what those trade-offs would be because, Madam Chair, what we'd be doing is endorsing this plan, endorsing some notional expenditure and providing that signal to city officers who will then go away and prepare the budget. So we're actually precluding ourselves from understanding how our various suburbs will miss out because this project is advanced. The only way I feel we can in good conscience consider this item, and that is to consider what we're foregoing in order to transform and revitalise Surfers Paradise, is in a budget setting where city officers show us what projects will be deferred, delayed or cancelled, or potentially what projects will not be impacted at all. Madam Acting Chair, one of the other things that I think is worth teasing out, and I feel as though this can only be done in the budget setting process, is that if you pay for parking in Burleigh, for example, part of the proceeds from your parking fees goes into projects in that precinct. It's called the Parking Centre Improvement Scheme, I think it's called. Madam Acting Chair, we've resolved as a council to retain the asset of Bruce Bishop Car Park, which could potentially be generating revenue for the city. I would support a project to revitalise Surfers Paradise, but I think I'm more likely to support a project that's funded from the revenues of this asset rather than from consolidated revenue where we might be imperiling other projects we need to deliver across the city. Madam Acting Chair, I also reflect on the fact that the case for this project in large part has been advanced because of projected population growth in Surfers Paradise. Can I just flag with you, Madam Chair, that the state government has yet to endorse our local government infrastructure plan and the population assumptions that we have. And notwithstanding the fact that the state government has not endorsed that plan, Madam Chair, this project is not identified as a trunk infrastructure project. In other words, the population growth that will unfold in Surfers Paradise actually has no way of funding this project. So it will compound the difficulty we all have when we're arguing for infrastructure projects in our own community, because developers in Surfers Paradise aren't making a contribution to the project which will uplift their values and increase their returns. These are very complex matters. They're all tied to our long-term financial model, to our borrowings. They're tied to how we monetise our assets. And the point I'm really making, Madam Chair, is that it's all tied to our budget. And I think it's irresponsible to propose a project of 138 million, 40 million or $0 without providing that context. Madam Acting Chair, I'll just close by saying this. I spent about 5 or 6 hours in Surfers Paradise on Saturday. We were looking for 3D Smurf characters with the kids. It was good. And the precinct was heaving. It was absolutely heaving. We spent a lot of time on the foreshore, which is only just new, by the way, and it's a sacrificial asset. And I could not help but observe that the foreshore is utterly cluttered. We've got this Commonwealth Games giant surfboard clock thing plonked on the most expensive real estate in the city that doesn't even work. We've got surfboards bearing the names of noted surfers, this big art display that's not really kept, but possibly, again, taking up space in the most high-profile real estate in the city. We've got park furniture that's just scattered, in my view, almost incoherently. We have, and the bell's about to go, I'm sure, but I guess what I'm saying is that there are opportunities for us to refresh Surfers Paradise by decluttering, cleaning and treating surfaces. And I don't think we'd be spending $40 million. That's the kind of project that I was prepared to support today. It's not what we've presented. We've been asked for a lot of money that will demand sacrifices in every other division across the city at a time where this area has already got the other Capri duplication, hotter, I could go on. I really feel as though we need a holistic look, and the place to do that is a budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vorster. Before I take a speaker against, I have a question for the CEO. I moved the motion at committee, but it referred both the $40 million and the $50 million that had been proposed to budget for consideration. So my question is, given that motion that suggests that it go to budget, and it's both amounts, it's not separate, they were both to go, that's why there's an and there, that they be referred for consideration during the 23-24 budget. But I need to have clarity around the proposed budget process, because this year it's being handled differently from ever before, where we worked through our budget papers line by line. Is it correct that something that's referred to budget does not specifically receive our attention or debate? I would hope that we can still call out any matter that's within the budget papers that we get for debate.
Okay, so I guess the way I'd answer that, Acting Chair, is that the difference between the motion that went through committee compared to the one that's being proposed by the councillor is we would build the $40 million into the budget as a default, and then the budget that would be presented would have that $40 million in it. The difference, and provision for the additional later. If the councillor's motion went through, then it would come as a separate item and it may be considered or it may not. But no matter what, council will have to vote on the $40 million at the next budget. Does that help?
Okay, it does. And just so that we are all across the board, is that the same? I understood we needed to submit questions about the budget a couple of weeks in advance. If something comes to our attention at any time during our budget deliberations, are we able to withdraw that particular matter and vote on whether funding is committed for the 23-24 year or not?
Through you, Acting Chair, absolutely you will, and I can guarantee councillors that a provision of $40 million for anything will go through budget and be discussed at Budget Committee.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Taylor, and I'm going to write a list now.
Speakers against the motion?
Yes. Yeah, Councillor Taylor speaking against.
Thank you, yes, and 100% voting against this. We brought this to committee a week and a half ago and we were able to turn up and actually debate at that particular time, and it was a robust debate. What came out of the committee meeting and what's come out the last 2 weeks since this has come to the table has strong debate in relation to what Surfers Paradise needs and what it has needed for a long time. Now, the original resolution was modified so that we can get the outcome that we did from the committee meeting, which talks to looking at the project that's been presented and that was discussed. It allows it to go through a budget process and have that debate at that time, but it also does a broader consultation to the community to really understand, does the community want it? Business is screaming, local residents have been screaming this for years, and residents around the whole Gold Coast has been screaming for improvements for Surfers Paradise. There's 15 people in this room, is it 14? 13, that are in this room that has to make that decision.
City's in safe hands.
So where we landed, I think, was an appropriate landing point for us councillors to make that decision of whether council invests in Surfers Paradise. It was a strong debate and everyone did agree that investment needs to be in Surfers Paradise. For 3 years, talking about the transit centre, comments were made, we need to spend money on surface before the transit centre. 3 years I've been here and we take it case by case as well. So I appreciate you throwing other projects around, but every time we come in this room, it's a case by case scenario. This opportunity is the opportunity for us to reimagine Surfers Paradise. And I do take to Councillor Vorster's about a bit of this and a bit of that. And if you're at the council meeting, that was my point. Surfers Paradise has done a bit of this, a bit of that. We'll do a little bit over here. We'll throw some blocks here. We'll sow some blocks there. That's what we've done very well. And if we want to put a bit of paint over Surfers Paradise again and pretend it's not there, everyone in this room's got that choice. Because what this actually resolution that we came to does talk for us to go to the community and say, we have an opportunity. Business, do you want this? Residents, do you want it? Gold Coast, do you want it? And it does allow us to go to the budget to determine whether it's appropriate at this stage. But today, by supporting your move, you're not supporting the works that need to be done in Surfers Paradise.
Sorry, point of order, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate how passionate Councillor Taylor is, but he's casting massive aspersions on my personal view and character. I love Surfers Paradise. I spent the weekend there with my family. I just want to make sure that when we decide this matter, it's in the context of everything else every other division will lose out on.
And I do apologise. And I am passionate at Surfers Paradise, I do apologise. So for me, this is the opportunity. The resolution that we came to at committee meeting gives us the opportunity to do those things. It does amount to amount of money that the budget process can consider and determine whether it's appropriate for the city to move forward. It also gives us the ability to go to community consultation to understand whether the community want it. So on those bases, I don't support the current motion.
Before I proceed, and I have a list now, Councillor Vorster, you weren't at committee, and I just wanted to make the point that the most important thing that was behind the reason that I moved the committee motion was that there's been absolutely no consultation And the report that we considered was primarily from 2019, before Councillor Taylor was elected, and the only consultation that occurred was, from my recollection, the Mayor and Councillor Baildon standing in the mall with some hearts that were stuck on a master plan design. So the report also suggested the possible closure of one lane right through the heart of Surfers Paradise, with no consultation to any of the business owners, any of the residents, and that is entirely inappropriate. So my question for you is, with your motion, are you prepared to include that consultation be undertaken prior to our budget report so that we actually get the feedback from the affected community about the process?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't agree with you more. Very happy to accommodate that. I would say that we've adopted a community consultation policy as a council, which provides for a spectrum of different levels of community consultation. And what I'd say is, perhaps if we added a Part B, to the motion, so if we could just add a second Part B, whatever you want to call it, that a community, comma, business, comma, and stakeholder consultation be undertaken in accordance with the IAP2 framework.
What's that?
To support the preparation of the report. If you're happy with that, Councillor Gates, I think.
You might, for the benefit of everyone, tell us what the IAP2 framework is.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the International Association of Public Participation, I should say, International Association of Public Participation, they are the peak body that has developed a range of accreditations for external entities, but also city officers, to engage with community groups, ensuring that they're using the correct questions to tease out genuine community appetites rather than using prompting questions that may yield to a particular outcome. Our community consultation policy requires us to adhere to those standards. What I'm doing is I'm calling out that framework to demonstrate to the community that it will be above board with no preconceived conclusions. Thank you.
Jones, Councillor Patterson and Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Taylor, you've already spoken, so that's why I'm not going to you, and Councillor Young.
So Councillor Gates, I would like to foreshadow an alternate, which is substantially the committee recommendation, but slightly reworded to make a 3 out of 2, if you don't mind.
I'm happy to accept that.
So one is per the recommendation from the committee. 2 would be as per the committee down to the word Cavill Mall. With a view to staging the upgrade commencing with an initial allocation of $40 million for Cavill Mall, full stop. And then a 3, removing the and. So if you just return. And 3, the balance of stage 1, $50 million, be referred for separate consideration during deliberation of the city budget 2023-24, full stop.
Thank you. You can't speak to that, but you have foreshadowed and
what I do need to, I don't want to speak to it, but I want to make it clear that the 2 there imagines that community consultation happens not before the budget process, but after the budget process, because I don't think we had enough time to do that successfully.
Madam Chair, you can accept that as an amendment.
No. No.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councillor Forster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you I want to thank Councillor Jones for turning his mind to this matter, which I think warrants debate. Could I just seek through you clarification from the CEO on this point? The distinction between my motion and the committee motion is that city officers will not presume the $40 million allocation, and all other projects that would otherwise be deferred, cancelled or whatever would be included in the budget. What would be the effect if this foreshadowed motion were to be carried? Would city officers again return to the position of assuming the inclusion and making the deferrals of those other projects?
Okay. I was just seeking some clarification because I too was not in the committee. But so the first point I would make to councillors is that the advice provided in committee was that the $40 million allocation would have a limited, if no impact on other projects, given the size and scale of the allocation that we put every year, which is in the vicinity of about $700 million a year. The second part of my answer is that what you described is correct. So the difference between your motion, councillor, and the one that was on the screen or the one that went through committee is that we will get on with the work, assuming the $40 million is in the budget. But I start where I finished. The advice at committee was that the $40 million would have no impact on any existing projects in next year's budget. Or very limited to no impact, Director.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing I'd like to say is that I think that we do have a little bit of an issue with major projects that come up at committee. We did allocate 3 hours to this with a pretty good drilling of our Chief Financial Officer as well as other people. So for someone who didn't attend or watch 3 hours of that debate to come in and completely change
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry, but really I'm discharging my duties under the Local Government Act and its supporting principles. Now, I'm not a member of every committee, and maybe I'll seek the Mayor's leave, like Councillor Hamill, to be appointed to this committee also. But it should be enough for a councillor to read a report, to ask some questions and to consult with their colleagues and make a contribution in the chamber. To suggest that I have no place to make a contribution merely because I did not attend a meeting actually makes a mockery of why we gathered here today. I would prefer a clarification from
Councillor Patterson, please take your seat. Accepted. And the reason we have full council is so that councillors can make a decision for the council. There's no limitation to any questions that any councillor has the right to ask at a council meeting. So let's move on from that point. Point taken, Councillor Forster. Councillor Patterson, please proceed.
Okay, so if I may clarify, and if I've been allowed to finish my sentence, what I was going to say is that with matters like this, it may just be best that the committee defer to full council. Because quite frankly, with that coming up, it is a complete waste of my time and everyone who is here for us to effectively have that conversation again here. I wish at the time we just deferred to full council. And these are the reasons, so these are some of the matters. So it was a waste of time. We're effectively starting.
Councillor Patterson, it was not a waste of everyone's time. We are all the better. Those members of this committee are all the more informed from that 3 hours that we had, so that we were aware. There's no problem with Councillor Forster putting forward a separate consideration today for us to further consider.
I get that.
So please proceed.
But we've got half the people who've got info and half the people who don't. So the matters that were discussed at committee were, do we take a piecemeal approach to this? And it was very well presented as to why a tokenism approach to this is not going to make a difference. And even though I was concerned at the beginning about the substance of it, I was convinced that taking that tokenistic approach was a complete waste of time. It was also presented to us by the Chief Financial Officer how this does not impact on specific matters, and it's more about a funding model that may change. and that is something that we would need to change. We would need to consider in terms of our risk profile at budget and how much debt versus non-debt that we want to take on. It certainly wouldn't impact on some of those substantial matters that we will need to consider, such as the freight network, asset renewals, and also the waste levy consideration. So I would support Councillor Owen-Jones for foreshadow motion on this. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor O'Neill.
I'll be less controversial, Madam Chair. Thank you. I can't support Councillor Vorster's motion because I was at committee, and one thing I will just answer some of his rhetoric as well. I believe that, and I said it at committee, when I go into Surfers Paradise, I head for the Esplanade. It is fine. It has had a massive refurb at some stage and it's still looking quite good and everybody loves it. The mall, on the other hand, very inadequate, especially the resurfacing of the mall that needs to be done. And that's why I totally supported when you changed that motion and also going out to public consultation about the one-way street, Madam Chair, because I think that's very important. But I think it's important that we let the public know that we are taking seriously that especially Cavill Mall needs an upgrade and it does need it fairly quickly. So I will be supporting the foreshadowed and I don't mind. And I think going back to council for the extra, I think is a good idea as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Chair. The way I read the committee recommendation, which I understand was your motion, was that $40 million was set aside. It was going to be progressed for the first phases of the project and consideration of additional funds would be made at the budget.
That's not correct, Councillor Young. Right. The intent was for both amounts to be considered at budget after we got some feedback about the community's view, primarily about the road closure and about the level of funding to be committed.
Thank you for the clarification. So would it be fair to say that both the committee resolution or recommendation and Councillor Vorster's motion are
They're very similar. They're very similar indeed, because we've had clarified by the CEO that we can still withdraw items that appear in the budget. The only difference, as has been explained, is that the $40 million will be presumed as part of the budget, but can be changed depending on the councillor's view at the time when we further consider the matter with the advantage of some further information.
Thank you very much. Not sure where I stand. I know at the time that this report came to us a couple of weeks ago, I was faced at that very time by advice from officers that 2 road projects in my area had been knocked back because of lack of funding, not because they couldn't be delivered, but through lack of funding. And then I saw this report just emerge with $138 million proposed for expenditure on a mall, when I'm considering safety and economic vitality issues with these other projects, and my heart wasn't supporting the Cavill Mall proposal, although I do certainly recognise Councillor Taylor's earnest vigilance on the behalf of his community, and I think it's very important that we have that central part of the city in a very good state and that people are warm to it and they appreciate it and they value it. I think what's not been answered through my investigations to date is how we might fund this. I mean, it seems to just be general rates, and I wondered if there's an opportunity, if it's been investigated or if it could come to the Budget Committee, that there be contemplation of a benefited area levy. We do that for streetscaping, we do that for other centre improvement projects, and this seems to be an area that would massively benefit from the injection of these very considerable funds. And as a measure, as a means to create its, or to support its viability, I wondered if we could look at the issue of benefited area levy. Similarly, but at the other end of the scale, it's anticipated that these works will increase the value of the properties in the precinct, and from that there will be derived an income to council ultimately, which will just get blancmanged across the city. And I wonder if that can be isolated so that it funds future works in the precinct. And I think that's something that we should be considering in the budget deliberations. So whichever motion gets up today, I think that we should be asking the CEO to provide that information. So through you just now, can I have a response, please?
Sure, through you, Acting Chair. So I'll just make an initial comment, then I'm going to get the Director to speak specifically, because I think a number of these matters were covered in committee. So throughout the year, there are what I would describe as pre-commitments happen throughout the year. So whether that's at a committee and ultimately at council, and those financial allocations, or those allocations, mostly they're capital type works, get collected and get kept on a list inside our finance area. So as part of this year's budget, what we're committing to do is to provide all councillors with a list of those pre-commitments. So in other words, what are all the things that council have said, and let's defer that to the budget, or let's fund that, and we'll bring it to council. But the fundamental principle here is that the money isn't there until it's in the budget and you've all approved the budget. So even with no matter which motion we use, council still has the opportunity to say, no, I want to pull that out of the budget, or I want to increase it in the budget. The only place where money gets allocated is in the budget allocation, and we do a special at the end of towards the end of the reprov at the end of the year. But notionally speaking, under normal circumstances, the only way this money will be allocated is if it's in the budget and it's passed. I'll just ask the Director to provide some further comment about the specifics.
Thank you, CEO, and through you, Madam Chair. That is correct in terms of your assessment of the various funding options, Councillor. This was presented, as those who are at committee will recall, by the Chief Financial Officer in terms of the ability of this investment to repay itself in a fairly short amount of time. It is a critical area of the city. The point I made also at committee was that the surface, as Councillor O'Neill has recognised, of the mall is really ending near its end of life now. And in terms of asset renewal, it will need to be replaced. So a decision will have to be made by council as to whether you deal with the surface as it currently is, whether you want to uplift that surface to a more wearable and harder lasting surface. But in terms of your question specifically, Councillor Young, yes, there are a number of financial elements that can be turned on, and the appropriate timing for that is in debate during Special Budget Committee.
Councillor Tozer has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have made maybe a silly assumption here, but in last year's council adopted CapEx budget, any of the items we've talked about in this matter, was there any provision made in the 4-year CapEx budget that we adopted at council? That CapEx budget is non-confidential.
So the CEO and 2 directors to answer that question, Councillor. So yes, it's all new money. There may be some reprioritisation going on across projects that may have been completed for less money, but this is a new money request. There was no money in last year's budget for the specific works covered in this plan.
So, Madam Chair, then on notice, can you provide to councillors before the next council meeting what is being re-provided, particularly from surplus CapEx activity that might ultimately fund this? Because I had made some wrong assumptions about that.
So if I can, my initial advice to councillors remains correct, that there will be no major impact across any projects on the list. But the discussion about what gets spent where is best had at the first special budget meeting, or the appropriate special budget meeting where this is discussed. But the advice from the Chief Financial Officer in the committee was that this will not affect anything on the existing program, because we've either finished things with more money or there's more money coming in, and we believe that we can cater for this within the existing CapEx budget.
Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. Question through you to most likely the CEO. The first question is there an existing budget that would be available to do the consultation in terms of the motion?
yes, I'm comfortable that given the relatively small amount of money required to conduct the consultation, it can be funded from existing resources.
And second question is, would you have time to complete IAP2 framework consultation in order to inform the preparation of a report for this current round of budget? Well, I'm asking the CEO.
Just let the CEO answer it.
I'm actually going to ask the Director to answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I believe we can do that if we move very, very quickly. We'll have an initial assessment, not a thorough one. It'll be probably a smaller number, but we will have something by the time we have the first special budget committee meeting to at least address some of the key stakeholder feedback, which is currently we don't have.
And my third question, Madam Chair, is the initial recommendation had talked about commences community and business engagement for Surfers Paradise, Cavill Avenue, Cavill Mall and the Esplanade concept design, which were the staged versions. I'm not too sure whether or not the current motion involves all three of those stages or one stage.
I'll go back to the mover of the motion and seek his guidance, because I think I put those words in his mouth to do the consultation without recognising that it was quite wordy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely believe that we need a cohesive and long-term vision for Surfers Paradise. So it's my expectation that when we do consult, that we should be consulting on the entirety of the concept plan that's being put forward, and we should also be open through this consultation to the issues of Orchid Avenue, for example, which I believe are actually more pronounced than the issues of the foreshore. So it's my expectation that the stakeholder engagement should cast a wide net and have eyes across the entire plan, and that will, I think, be a good undertaking, because if Council resolves to spend $1 on this project, we're then in a better position to understand how we should spread that over multiple years by understanding what community appetite is for specific features. It could be that we've got this all, I don't want to use the phrase, but we've got it all back to front, and maybe there's more community appetite for the proposed second stage than there is for the first. Only through a consultation that looks at the whole project will we get a sense of what we should be doing and when. So
would you like to reword your motion to include the entire proposed staging and consultation regarding the entire proposed staging and Orchid Avenue stakeholders?
Absolutely. For the purposes of clarifying, happy to do that, Madam Chair.
CEO?
Can I just clarify that point about consultation from the Director? So if you want a fast consultation, you'll get a fast response. If you want a full consultation that allows us to get the best possible answers from community, I think the message from both of us is that this consultation period is extremely tight, and you'll get what you pay for a short consultation.
So, Madam Chair, if I may respond to that, seeing as the CEO has notionally asked me a question through you, the Chair.
I'm not sure I did.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I'll sit down and I'll leave it for closing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Madam Chair, I think that we're in a bit of a problem here, a bit of a pickle, because before the matter was brought to committee for its input and before Council made a decision, there was lots of media coverage raising community expectations and circulating plans that did not benefit from the input of those who are vested with the decision-making authority to say yes or no. And that, to my mind, is the commencement of community consultation, because the media strategy concerning that project sparked a community discussion. And out of that, I'm at least aware of many people being concerned with changes to the roads, the nature of the public artwork, the omission of Orchid Avenue, many things that didn't first occur to me. it may be the case that the city does not have the capacity to do a thorough community consultation. But I tell you this, any community consultation over and above what we've had to date will assist me in making a better decision. It might not be fully informed because the consultation wasn't done correctly in the first place, in my view, but it's better than nothing, and I think will greatly assist me. And I might just say this, Madam Chair. The Mayor today, in his mayoral report, lauded the city budget consultation. I'd be interested to know how many residents before this meeting flagged Cavill Ave and the Surfers Paradise foreshore as their top priority for budget expenditure. I'd be really interested to know, because if the figure is very low, then I don't know how we can reconcile or hold any water with our budget consultation if we endorse this, because they seem incongruent.
Can I? So I think the councillor's now asking me a question. So I can get that information on notice for you, councillor.
Is it a question? Okay, please proceed.
If you don't mind, I'll just offer a clarification on my earlier commentary. I did say that at the time we received the report a couple of weeks ago, I was advised 2 projects in my area had been bumped, and the projects that I'd been fighting for years, and they'd been put into the budget. But since that time, I've made further representations, and I've been advised both projects are back in. So I just want to make that clear.
Lucky you.
No, before this meeting.
Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Owen Jones?
So I'm going to speak against it, but I fully appreciate where Councillor Vorster is coming from, but I'm going to speak against it because I was actually interested in a more measured approach to the consultation rather than a rushed approach. And I'm actually really interested in that being appropriately funded and appropriately messaged. And I don't think that necessarily happens if we rush to get something out to turn it around in a 4 to 6 week time frame, if I'm right about when it might come to special budget. And I'm also interested in actually baking into the 23-24 budget the $40 million commitment to the first stage of Cavill Avenue, and I was very interested in searching for how we might fund the next stages based on the success of that first stage. So I actually wanted to send the officers a clear signal in regards to the preparation of the budget, and that was commit to funding the $40 million subject to a community consultation process which may have changed the design in particular of the areas outside of Cavill Avenue. And I think that took part of the advice that the officers had given to us at the committee meeting in regards to the current state of the surface in that area and the need for renewal. So that's the reason why I'm speaking against it. But I don't think that it's necessarily a motion that is the end of the world. I just thought that, and they're not too dissimilar, I just think that in my mind I would much prefer to have affirmed the 40 million, then had a robust discussion in regards to the next stage, and at that point in time, depending on what feedback we received over the coming years, that then maybe allows for the addition of the stage 2 areas. And I think we all made it clear at committee that there were other areas in surface that probably needed to have a look at, which was the Orchard Avenue end.
Thanks, Councillor Owen Jones. I'll go to Councillor Caldwell, then Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Pauline Young.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a question through you to the CEO. Just in relation to Councillor Vorster's motion, if we take the foreshadowed motion that 40 million will be in the budget for consideration, under this motion, how much would you be putting into and building into the budget?
So, under Councillor Vorster's motion, there would be no allocation. It would be pending the discussion at Special Budget Committee. There's a lot of different versions of this. Under the version from Councillor Owen Jones, we would pre-commit the 40 million. The message would be sent, it would be embedded in, but Council would still have the opportunity to take it out as they would at any budget meeting. Does that help?
So then, are you anticipating that we've now got a notional $40 odd million spare you will go and look for another $40 or $50 million worth of road projects to fill that void.
So, through you, Acting Chair, I wouldn't suggest they would necessarily be road projects, but there is a long list of infrastructure projects inside the city, and we would look to allocate that money to the next round, the next priority round of infrastructure projects, or CapEx projects, I should say.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You speaking for or against?
Well, I'm sort of, I haven't made up my mind yet because, look, I really do feel that Surfers Paradise, and it is used for city promotion, you know, all over the world, all over Australia. It's come to Surfers Paradise. So the thing is that we do have to keep putting money into the area to upgrade the area. And I know that the director said it's a critical stage and area of the city. And I agree with that. And over the years, this has always been a problem child. Like I mentioned before, I can remember these debates being held on a number of occasions, also about the amount of rates that Surfers Paradise brings in throughout the city. And I know that there's other parts of the city, including Division 13, that need a lot of roadworks that are done. So you've got to weigh up, I suppose, what's for the city, what's for the divisions, and try and come out with a balanced result. And one of the questions that I've asked on previous occasions, and I'm asking again, is that there was a lot of complaints, especially previous years, where council has put in a lot of money into Surfers Paradise in doing up, you know, the roads and doing all the streetscaping. But unfortunately, we've got property owners there that are maybe interstate or just investment properties that don't really put money into their buildings to upgrade the facades of their buildings. And it was felt that the amount of money that was put into Surfers Paradise, unless those buildings were brought up to speed, it doesn't matter how many millions you poured into the streets, it never ever looked very good because the buildings weren't done. So I'd like a guarantee from those property owners that they're going to upgrade their buildings to match the amount of money that's put into the streetscape, because it's not much use of ratepayers funding all of that work and the buildings around it looking run down. So, and with the genuine consultation, Mr CEO, through you, Madam Chair, what would the time frame for that to be undertaken?
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Okay. I just was speaking in regard to your point and about Councillor Peter Young's suggestion of a benefited levy for the area that may assist in that regard. And I'm seeking advice from the Director about whether some information about a potential benefited levy could come to the budget deliberations for Council's consideration.
Sorry. I'm happy to answer that, Acting Chair. So yes, I'm more than happy to ensure that that information is included in our budget deliberations. I was actually going to ask the Director to talk to the board point about upkeep inside the city, because I know there's been some discussion about that.
Thank you. Sorry, Elton.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. Councillor McDonald, we have been looking for some time at how we can improve, I guess, the maintenance, not just in Surfers, but in all of the key precincts in the city through contributions from property owners. We do have this program, as you know, with Patrick Dugan's area, where we look at specific precincts in the city and we work with businesses to come up with a suburban centre improvement style program. That hasn't been applied in this particular instance, but there's potential for that, if not in the immediate area of the mall, then in the broader area of the Surfers Paradise revitalisation program.
Madam Chair, I did ask for genuine consultation. What would the time frame be?
Through you, Madam Chair, to fulfil, as Councillor Vorster has foreshadowed, the full IAP2 framework is going to take a number of months to do a detailed full consultation on the entire staged program. My earlier comments were really aimed at getting you some advice prior to budget consideration in terms of the missing segments of community, and to Councillor Vorster's point, getting some information from both the general community and targeted stakeholder consultation, so we can do a stage approach here where we can get you some initial advice, but the entire quite comprehensive Surfers Paradise revitalisation program in all of its stages will take a couple of months to do a detailed consultation program according to this framework.
And if it wasn't, if the mover was to delete the reference to the IAP2 framework, what sort of time frame would it be for an extensive consultation with stakeholders, but not in line with that framework?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll hand over to the Chief Investment Officer on that one.
Afternoon, councillors. Thanks for the question. I'd say we'd do that in probably 3 or 4 months if we were not doing it to that standard. I mean, it is an extensive range of stakeholders that we do need to engage with.
Okay. Is it a question, Councillor Taylor? Because you've already spoken. Clarification?
Thank you. Just in relation to the Cavill Avenue, and I know we're talking about the 40,000 part of the, sorry, the 40 million part of the foreshadowed.
We're not talking about the foreshadowed motion yet.
So the Cavill Avenue Mall is projected to have investment in the near future for the improvements of the mall, just part of its improvements of the area.
Question.
Sorry, I don't know. Was that a question?
So yeah, so we're talking. The question I'm actually asking is the amount of money that we're asking for Surfers Paradise for the mall will have to be invested at some point in the near future to improve that area.
I think, by point of just to clarify, and it was the director who said it, the mall is at end of life. It's very close to end of life. It will need to be replaced. The proposal that had been put in the plan that was presented by Councillor Taylor was a $40 million redevelopment. I wouldn't commit necessarily to saying that we would have to do a $40 million redevelopment to replace the end of life, but it is true to say that that the mall will need to be replaced in some form. And just to Councillor McDonald's point, in relation to the mall, all the evidence shows across the city that when we spend money, particularly on redevelopment like redoing the mall, you will get private investment in order to match it. It's very hard to tie their arm behind their back and get them to do it, Councillor. But in general terms, when we do streetscape work like this, it stimulates private investment and you do get improvement.
Thank you. Councillor Tozer, a question.
That is a question. I'm just referring to page 35 of the agenda.
Sorry?
Page 35 of the agenda. And my question is through you, perhaps to Director Twine or to the CEO. In the page 35, which is non-confidential, it talks about the actual construction elements that appear to be around about the quantum of this $40 million being provided in 25-26, which is 3 financial years away or 2 financial years away. My question is actually, is it possible for council to make provision for this? It occurs to me that we're not actually talking about a provision of $40 million in the next financial year. We're actually talking about a provision of $40 million in a series of future financial years. And my question is, will we as council have the capacity to determine the funding source for that, whether it might be debt funded, whether it might be city placemaking funded? Can we say that in principle we like the idea, but we can negotiate the funding source at a future special budget committee? If not this one, the following one. Yes. That's a good answer.
Is a question, Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question.
Oh, thank you.
Through you to Councillor Owen-Jones. Councillor Owen-Jones, one thing I do particularly like in Councillor Vorster's motion is noting the IAP2 framework. So I was wondering if you would consider that in your foreshadowed.
Madam Chair, I've got no problems in changing my foreshadowed motion, but that's entirely up to you.
We're not speaking to the foreshadowed motion at this point in time. Are there any other questions, councillors? Councillor Pauline Young, sorry, I had you on my list.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just to a couple of things that Councillor McDonald said about, you know, that the marketing says come to Surfers Paradise. Actually, all of our destination Gold Coast marketing now is come to the Gold Coast. It shows Surfers Paradise, yes, but it also shows Coolangatta and the Pink Hotel and that, and it shows Marquetta and it shows Southport and all the new restaurants and bars. I know in time it's going to show Pimpama at some stage with that great hub. Hinterland, Hotter, all of those places are shown in our marketing. So our city has grown and we have choice now. So I think it's incumbent upon the people in this room to say, well, if this was consultation loosely done in 2019, as we know, with some hearts stuck on a board. Yes, Councillor Taylor has spoken to his residents, but we're talking about $90 million of whole-of-city funds without a whole-of-city consultation. When we're doing our light rail consultation, the early part of it, the early planning is whole-of-city comments. So we're talking about not funded from the businesses in there and not out of placemaking, not out of any of those other areas. We're talking about $90 million of whole-of-city funding being spent or being allocated or even being considered, notionally considered here, without having had consultation. And for me, I am very supportive of Councillor Vorster's motion here in the fact that I would realistically like to know where we're going to pull that $40 million from, and then also to have a look at the CEO's list. If we don't spend our $40 million here this time and we allocate it over the next years, what other projects in the other 13 divisions within our city are going to get supported at our budget consultation? So I would like to think that if this type of money is going to be allocated or notionally allocated at this stage, that we need to have some very good whole-of-city consultation around that.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I'll just make a comment before I go to you, Councillor Vorster, to close debate. My biggest problem with the report was the lack of consultation, and I always believe that being better informed about the community's view and the business owners and other stakeholders' view is critical to the decision. I would be really sorry to see us plough ahead with consideration of not just the $40 million but the $50 million in this year's budget without the benefit, and it seems we're not going to have the full results of consultation quickly, but hopefully through the motion before us we will have it before we put our hands up at budget. So I'll now go to you to close, Councillor Vorster.
Madam Chair, thank you. Colleagues, it's 1 o'clock. It's been a long meeting. And I know you're probably sick and tired of listening to me. Could I please just beg 2 minutes of your attention? Dismiss what I have to say, but just let me say it, and please reflect on it. I feel like I'm in some weird parallel universe where it's suggested to us that it's appropriate to allocate up to $90 million worth of ratepayer funds for a project before asking people whether they want the project. Now, I appreciate we have a foreshadowed motion which wants to put the money into the budget and then consult. But I can't help but feel that that is completely backwards. We're presently consulting on the city budget. The consultation closes today. At 5 p.m. it closes. We tell people we will consult with them before budget deliberations, and yet today we're being asked to presume a $90 million spend to then consult. And Madam Chair, I worry about managing expectations in the community. We had great pictures released to the Gold Coast Bulletin that were featured on broadcast media telling people this is what council was doing in the space, even before committee had an opportunity to consider it, even before council had an opportunity to consider it. And if we put the money in the budget before we consult, we're telling people this is happening. And I think that is just not good practice. It is not good practice. And I tell you what, it puts us on the hook when we need not be on the hook. And let me tell you why. In 2017, the state government partnered with Yeppoon to deliver an upgrade of their foreshore. The state government put in $25 million into that foreshore upgrade. That's just their contribution for a regional town, $25 million. Now, if we are the engine room of the tourism economy for the state, surely the state government should be looking to us to make a similar contribution. Why would we say that we will be putting $90 million worth of impost on the shoulders of ratepayers when we haven't even asked the state government if they will treat us the same as Yeppoon? Absurd. Madam Chair, I love Surfers Paradise, and I don't want people to have the wrong idea about how much I love it. I love it so much that I voted to approve the Paradise Centre redevelopment. And not all of us. But Madam Chair, that's a demonstration of the lever that is available to us as a council to revitalise Surfers Paradise. And that is about getting out of the way of people who are prepared to invest in the space. The Paradise Centre proponents did a bang-up job, didn't they? I think it's great. Guess how much it cost us? Nothing. Ripley's, believe it or not, poured millions of dollars into their tourism attraction. Guess what? With the mall, exactly the way it is today. I think there is so much that we could do for Surfers Paradise with good planning decisions and thoughtful maintenance and good asset renewal that would not demand a $90 million expense on our shoulders. And if we so resolve that it's worth doing because the community tell us that it's their number one priority, then we should be going to the state government. And that's not kicking the can down the road. That's merely to give the state government the opportunity to invest in our tourism economy or not. And if it's not, and the community still want it, maybe we do it anyway. But we haven't even asked. Putting it in the budget means that we've already got the answer. We've given them the answer. Madam Chair, if there is a dilapidated playground in my community, and I'm sure it's the same for all of us, and the community say, councillor, this playground needs to be upgraded, I go to a city officer who says, well, I've looked it up on the asset management plan and the mechanical life of this playground, well, it's still got another 4 years in it. So we'll consider it in 4 or 5 years' time. I have to go back to my community and explain, look, the financially prudent decision here is to wait for the end of the mechanical life of this asset before we look at embellishment. Now, there may be an argument that Cavill Ave is approaching the end of its useful life. I mean, I managed to walk on it quite fine on Saturday, but I'll accept that. But what the foreshadowed motion does and what the officer recommendation does is foreshadow investment in the foreshore. I can't believe that a $42 million asset could be renewed before the end of its useful life. I'm talking about the foreshore, and I can't use the same approach to get a playground upgraded.
Councillor Vorster, can I just clarify? We saw the staging at committee, which you missed, and the foreshore was not what was proposed by the committee recommendation. It was simply Cavill Avenue, correct, Director?
Or the foreshadowed motion.
Yep. So,
just so that you were aware.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the clarification for all of us, for those listening, but because our motion talks to the staging of the entire project. I feel as though I need to talk about the total impost on us. Madam Acting Chair, I want to go back to where I started, to use the turn of phrase of our CEO during this debate. $138 million is not an insignificant amount of money. And it's not an insignificant amount of money when there's the possibility it comes out of general rates. We've had a discussion that I think has assuaged the concerns of some councillors about a pseudo-value capture model, about a benefited area levy. I've certainly raised the prospect of using revenue from Bruce Bishop to fund these upgrades. Do you know what we're talking about? Massive issues, structural issues to do with our budget. We're not talking about a project, we're talking about something that will change the dynamics of our budget. We haven't even settled on the funding model. Now's not the time to presume inclusion because we haven't even settled on how we will pay for it. Madam Acting Chair, to close, let me just say this. There is merit to the officer recommendation. There is merit to the argument advanced by Councillor Taylor, who loves Surfers Paradise more than anyone in this chamber. There is merit to what Councillor Owen-Jones has foreshadowed. There's merit on all sides. What my motion simply does is to seek the social licence from the public before we presume to spend their money. And while the consultation might not be perfect, it's better than walking into budget having done no consultation. And I'll say this. We are all committed to Surfers Paradise, but we have obligations. This motion, in my firm view, allows us to discharge those obligations. And as each and every one of us walk into our communities and have to break bad news about the projects that cannot happen or our approach to asset management, which mean upgrades can't be pursued, I need to be able to look my residents in the eyes. We all need to, and we need a consistent approach. And I don't feel rushing headlong into a $90 million expenditure without testing it, without landing on a funding model, is consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vorster. I'll now take the vote. Those in favour of the motion?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young.
And against?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
The motion is lost. I'll go to Councillor Owen-Jones for the foreshadowed motion.
Second. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just speak for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Taylor.
So I agree with Councillor Vorster in the fact that everybody in this room is committed to Surfers Paradise. As I said in framing the motion, and I'm not too sure if we changed the words of the consultation to pick up the benefit of the IAPT. Are you happy for me to do that,
Certainly.
Councillor Gates? Yeah. So if I can just be clear that the consultation will be in accordance with IAP2, being the International Association of Public Somethings. Thank you. So if everybody's happy with... so I'm interested in us committing to Surfers Paradise. I'm interested in us putting it into our forecast, and in particular I'm interested in us committing to that first stage of $40 million, which is the revitalisation of Cavill Mall, and the balance of stage one being $50 million is to be referred to the special budget as a separate for separate consideration. In my mind, at the committee, there was a need to get proper community consultation. I think that there were valid concerns, particularly in regards to the change in traffic and on some of the other stages. And that really needed to be explored. It needed to be explored with the businesses in Surfers Paradise, and it needed in particular to be explored with some of the residents who call Central Surfers Paradise their home. So that is for me, the foremost thing that we have to do before we actually start work. We need to make sure what we're building is what the people of the Gold Coast want. And so I would expect that is the response that we will get from officers in the preparation of the reports for the Special Budget Committee. In terms of how it is funded, whether or not it is from general revenue or some type of benefited levy, I think that they are discussions for the Special Budget Committee. I think we're all aware of how what a robust position our city is in regards to borrowings and the ability to borrow. We're also well aware of how much cash we have on our balance sheet as well. And I think that it is incumbent upon us not to get parochial in terms of our divisional projects, but to look at what is in the best interest of all of the city and build on those things in a very sensible way, so that we don't give our Chief Financial Officer a heart attack every time we commit to an enormous amount of spend. So with that, I'm going to sit down because I reckon that's 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Owen-Jones. And can I just ask you, Mr CEO, as part of the referral of that $40,000 or inclusion of that $40 million in our budget papers, can you provide for us a breakdown of the funding, so the various elements of that $40 million? Because I have a sense that some councillors might like to have input into what is actually delivered as part of that first stage.
Yes, that's fine. We can do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Did anyone want to speak against the foreshadowed motion? If not, we'll take the vote. All in favour?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Vorster and Councillor Pauline Young.
That is carried. Councillors, just before we go to lunch, do you want to finish this agenda, or would you like to break for lunch and come back? We'll break for lunch, then the Mayor can come back into the room. Thank you. hasn't come back, but we'll start without him. So are there any other items on the economy, tourism and events?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Councillor Tozer.
I would love to deal with 6.1, if you wouldn't mind, separately.
Okay, fire away.
And at committee, Madam Chair, I raised a motion that ultimately failed, but I'd love a chance to speak to that. So I'd like to move that failed motion that was at committee, so we can deal with that.
We'll see if there's a seconder.
No, I'd like to foreshadow the committee recommendation.
Okay, and we'll see if your motion has a seconder. Would you like to read out your motion?
Thank you, Councillor Young. That council takes no further action on this matter until a market-led expression of interest is submitted to council. That's one. And two, that the allocation of $500,000 should remain in the future tourism and economic diversification purposes portion of the strategic priority reserve.
And Councillor Young, you're happy with that?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we talked about at length the different particulars of our next steps, and some of the things that we talked about at committee included a conversation about the state and federal government's interest in this, and in particular the state's interest, and we have written to them multiple times, and unfortunately they have not written back to us with much conviction. I think any reasonable person reading the correspondence in this report and previous reports considered by council would draw the conclusion that the state is relatively uninterested in this project at this time. It's partly for those reasons that I think they identify that there's insufficient information being provided by the market in order for us to take steps forward, and they've directed us in that correspondence to a traditional owner consultation and community consultation, in fact. Having some regard for the information that is available at the report, I don't think our council should be proceeding with that sort of consultation at this time, frankly, out of respect for traditional owners. I think that traditional owners in our city there are lots of different families that would identify as traditional owners. There are a number of native title claimants. There's a number of other cultural organisations and other people who may not identify with any of those other organisations but just identify as First Nations people. And for us to engage in good faith with traditional owners about a project, I think there needs to be more information about that project. And the reason why I think this motion is the right motion for us today is because it seeks to flush out, seeks to ask for, actually, just, Madam Chair, that's the motion that's on the screen right now is not the motion that I moved. I was just going to prompt my mind. Yeah, it's not the motion that I read out, and it's not the motion that we talked about.
That's the foreshadowed motion.
That's the foreshadowed motion. It's just drawn my attention. Would you like me to reread it for you? Yeah. So, one, that council takes no further action on this matter until a market-led expression of interest is submitted to council. And two, no action until council, so until a market-led expression of interest. A market-led expression of interest is submitted to council. And two, that the allocation of $500,000 should remain in the future tourism and economic diversification purposes. You've got it? I think so, yeah. I think there's a few words you need to change up, but I'll let you tidy that up. The reason why I think this motion is the right motion for us right now is because I think in order for us to engage in good faith with traditional owners, we need more information. I actually think there is an interest in this project. Frankly, it wasn't that long ago. It was only 20 years ago that there was a very fulsome market proposal submitted to Council. And it was not that long ago that Council embarked on a economic feasibility report that was conducted by Urbis, and it showed a $170 million investment in a cableway could very well be economically feasible for the right proponent. And so we have actually taken the steps necessary to inform the market about this idea. During committee, we talked at length about Council's commitment to de-risk the project. And when I say de-risk, I think what that means in language for the public is to reduce the cost of a commercial proponent in order so it's more economically favourable for them to go through the process. De-risking lowers the cost of the commercial proponent. And principally, I think the ratepayer shouldn't cover those risks. I think the commercial proponent should cover those risks. I think those risks do come at a cost, but that cost should be carried by the commercial proponent. The other thing that I think is particularly relevant here is that this proposal is located almost entirely in national parks, and it occurs to me that as part of this process, the state government has not been willing to partner with us to undertake that de-risking. Because they haven't been willing to do that, and because I think the ratepayer deserves better, I think we could redeploy those funds that are being allocated to the de-risking exercise to other projects that are much more deliverable much sooner. I have a list. I don't think today is the right forum for that list of other wonderful hinterland activation projects, but in due course we'll see those come to life. And I think the best place right now for us to allocate this funding is into this future economic diversification and strategic priorities reserve, in order to make sure that when we do see those proposals come to life, we can quickly deploy those funds in order to make them come to life. So in opening, that's where I'd love to see. I'd love to be able to have our colleagues ask other questions related to the report if that is their desire. And hopefully when we close, I can convince our council to move in a direction that is better than this cableway proposal that's contained in the report.
Just prior to going to a speaker against, could you please confirm, Director, that we received advice that those funds did not come from the Strategic Priority Reserve at committee? Were we not informed that they came from the tourism levy?
Provided for us, but I'm happy to change those words to...
Does anyone else remember? I thought at committee we were told that the funds that are reserved were from the tourism levy. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
So I think those words were from the Chief Financial Officer. It was definitely a levy for a purpose, but I think it was previously just referred to as the Strategic Priority Reserve.
Okay, so
through you, Madam Acting Chair, that's correct. So there's a different component for the tourism in the Strategic Priorities Reserve, but overall that is what it is, and they are the wordings that our Chief Financial Officer provided on the floor.
Thanks, Director. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Owen-Jones.
So there's a report in today's Gold Coast Bulletin in regards to one elder and her very frank views. And my question through you to the CEO is, there was some talk of an allocation of $500,000 in regards to consultation. How much do you think actually needs to be spent for us to determine whether or not there is a genuine level of support or otherwise from the First Nation traditional owners?
I might actually ask the Director to answer that one.
Thanks, CEO, and thanks, Councillor, for the question. So the $500,000 was for the full community consultation, including traditional owners. We'd need to look at exactly how much would be required if we were just starting with the traditional owner consultation, but it would be a portion of that. I don't think it would be more than $200,000.
Okay, so I just want to say that I had foreshadowed the committee recommendation. I will be moving something dissimilar, slightly changed to that, to make it a bit more apparent that we can, I think, get a sense of whether or not there is support for a whole lot less than $200,000.
Okay, Councillor Vorster. Speaking against?
Question.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could draw councillors' attention to page 16 of the confidential agenda, although this is on grey papers.
It wasn't.
Oh, no, I'm just because the top of the page is confidential, preempting the inevitable. My recollection of X minute number G2207250026 is I think I might have drafted that motion, might have been my motion. Anyway, if we go to part 4, it says here that subject to endorsement from the state for future referral as outlined in part 3, council approves the following steps to progress the Springbrook Cableway project. It says here, the continuing consultation with the Queensland State Government to identify interest, requirements and desired outcomes for traditional owner and community consultation, to inform the development of a consultation strategy aligned with the International Association for Public Participation, IAP2, practices for community and stakeholder engagement. Now, Madam Chair, my question is to you or through you to the relevant city officer. How is our thinking developed with respect to community consultation, and what community consultation has been proposed in line with that council recommendation, engagement with the IAP2 and their preference for Indigenous-led engagement, and has that factored into the price, the indicative price that has now been quoted today?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. So to reiterate, it was a $500,000 budget that had 3 parts to it. So one was the traditional owner consultation, develop a community consultation strategy, bring that back to council for endorsement, and then execute it. So they were the 3 parts that would total $500,000.
Madam Acting Chair, sorry, and I don't mean to labour the point and make life difficult. It's just the council resolution that preceded this report called for a community consultation strategy to be developed in keeping with the IAP2 framework, which, as I understand it, requires Indigenous-led consultation. So what's interesting to me is that the consultation seems to be a little bit compartmentalised, community and traditional, whereas my understanding is that the IAP2 framework would see that being traditional owner-led. So can I just get a sense that we have had regard to the IAP2 framework as council directed city officers to have, and whether the proposed consultation strategies in keeping with IAP2, and if not, how have we arrived at the notional 500,000?
Thanks again for the question. So I'm not quite clear on what Indigenous-led consultation looks like, but the state has been clear that they would like us to engage with the community, and particularly the traditional owners. Now, at the committee meeting last week, we talked about proponents needing to see 2 key approvals for this project, one being traditional owner support in the form of an Indigenous land use agreement, and the other one being environmental approvals. So the reason we would prioritise the traditional owner engagement over that with the general community is, one, because there's a threshold question there, whether you would get the ILUA, and the second one would be for budgetary purposes. Obviously, you wouldn't engage the wider community if you didn't have the Indigenous support that you'd need to take the project forward.
Thank you. Councillor Caldwell, did you have your hand up? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Director, I wonder what we'll be asking the traditional owners to comment on.
Thanks for the question. So we talked in committee about this being quite a broad and open discussion with the traditional owners. So we are very interested to hear their stories about what the place signifies for them, their histories. We don't have a specific alignment that we would be discussing with them. We would also talk to them about their aspirations around economic development for their people, where tourism might sit within those aspirations, if they might actually want to be a joint venture partner or a lead proponent on a development like this. So quite a broad consultation.
So it seems we've got nothing to show them to say, look, this is what we're anticipating the project will be, this is where the pylons will be, this is where the station will be, this will be the impact on the environment, this will be the source of electricity, this will be how the sewage will be managed. We've got nothing to show them. It's just this broad conceptual blob of an area. Is that what you're supposing will be the basis of this first-rate consultation process?
The project is still a concept because we don't have a proponent, right? So we need a proponent in terms of detailing some of those elements that you outlined, Councillor. And also, I think in terms of engaging with the traditional owners, we want to start with a very sort of broad, collaborative, consultative type approach rather than getting down into the specificity of what this might look like, and so that we can actually incorporate the views that they express to us.
So if I might further, Acting Mayor, if the traditional owners say, no, we reject this, we're just not interested whatsoever, is that the end of it? Do we finally put a nail in this coffin? Or do we just entertain something further?
CEO can answer that for you.
I'm not sure what really the response is that we're expecting or anticipating we're going to be relying upon. Thank you.
So through you, Chair. So the point of the consultation is to get an understanding about the cultural values in the area so we can make a better informed, so you can make a better informed decision about the possibility of a cableway in the area. So if members of the First Nations communities come back to us and say, no, in your words, absolutely not, then that is a matter for council. If they come back to us and say, yes, but under these conditions, then that is a matter for council. So this is an information gathering exercise. And I would also, just while I'm on my feet, Chair, make the point that the council doesn't know enough about the cultural values in that area. So one of the great benefits of this work is that we will get a much better understanding about what those cultural values are from the First Nations communities who are in the area and who hold that area in special regard. So any other future decision about anything we do in that area will be better informed.
And councillors, just before I continue, I moved the motion at committee and with the support of the chair, because this has been in our destination management plan for so many years, and it keeps coming back, but we've never done what's the very first necessary step, and that's to consult with the traditional owners. So it'll just keep coming back until we do that body of work and we know where we're placed. And I simply say that for the benefit of people who were not at our committee meeting to understand the background of the committee recommendation to full council today. Councillor Owen-Jones, you speaking against?
No, if I could provide some words for a foreshadowed motion.
Oh, sure.
So one, that council approves the commencement of consultation, comma, by the CEO, comma, with traditional owners. So comma, by the CEO, comma, with traditional owners. Yep. 2, the development of a community consultation strategy. Only be advanced if the CEO has sought and obtained traditional owners' support.
Obtained.
And 3, that the city officers provide an update report to the city officers provide an update report to council mid-2023. and I can't speak to it, but I'd like to now speak against Councillor Tozer's motion.
You have the floor, Councillor.
Thank you. If we could just go back to Councillor Tozer's motion, thank you. The cable car is something that continues to return to the city as an item that should be explored at committee, and it was all in open at committee. It was, wasn't it? Yes. So at committee it was all in open, and there was a lot of talk about stakeholders, and there was talk about stakeholders in the context of the state government, stakeholders in context of the federal government, but I think for me what is at the heart of the conversation about the cable car and expanding our destination marketing is we need to actually have the support of the traditional stewards of the land who are the First Nation people, and that is an entire body of work that is missing. I am not necessarily interested in the city committing a $500,000 allocation to do a broad range of consultation. I'm actually interested in an honest, respectful conversation being had with traditional landowners. And what I had said at the committee is that I thought that the only way forward, if you read the correspondence that comes from our state government, is if there is that broad support. And we can't get that broad support unless we actually have a conversation. And so I think that the heart of that conversation has to start with respect. It has to start with respect in the context of who those traditional owners are, and to me there could be nothing more respectful than the person in charge of our administration being involved in at least those preliminary conversations. And if those conversations go nowhere, the $500,000 doesn't need to be spent, because I think that we'll all have a clear a picture right from the start. So, but I think what we all do know is that it is World Heritage listed for a very clear reason, and that is it has an amazing asset of not only the Gold Coast, but Queensland and Australia, and the biodiversity is incredible, but we need to make the very first steps, and that is we actually do need to open up an honest dialogue with the First Nation custodians to see whether or not they are interested in exploring that. And Councillor Tozer's motion doesn't do that. It puts us back into waiting for some market-led expression of interest, and I'm not interested in a market-led expression of interest. I'm interested in finding out once and for all if there is an appetite for the city to invest time and money in exploring a particular tourism asset, and if there isn't, we should at least then have a report back to council that tells us where we stand. And it may very well be that the report that comes back to council says CEO's consulted, with 3 or 4 of the different groups that were identified at committee that might have an interest, and that there isn't an interest, or there is a split interest, or at least then we know what we're dealing with. So, and I think we can do that without investing $500,000 of ratepayers' funds to determine that. So to me, that's I don't need it to be reallocated to the strategic priority reserve. I just need us to take a very careful and measured approach to exploring with the traditional owners of the land as to whether or not there is any interest at all in us moving forward. And I don't want to wait for some market-led expression of interest by somebody who's excited about going all the way through and putting pylons here and pylons there.
Thank you. I have Councillor Patterson next, then Councillor Young and Councillor Forster. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. With the IAP2 framework and what we were talking about before in terms of consultation, one of the key elements of it is that you start at the beginning of the conversation. That's what an authentic, real conversation is in terms of engaging and understanding where people fit. So when we decided at committee that this was the right time to go and speak to the traditional custodians, it's because actually there isn't actually anything on the table right now. And it's a real conversation about what this area values, is valued by them. And with that, we can then go from there. I'm actually agnostic about this. Whether I don't actually have an opinion of whether we should have a cableway or whether we should not. I do differ in my interpretation of what the state has provided to us, to Councillor Tozer. It doesn't occur to me that they're saying, no, we don't want this. They're just being extremely clear. We are not interested unless the traditional custodians have said they're on board. And we go and we have that conversation. One other thing that I said at committee is I'm often frustrated about the tokenistic approach that we have with the Indigenous community, and there's kind of like platitudes, but this is not that. This is a real conversation, and there couldn't be anything more respectful than going and having a chat at the beginning and saying, well, what do you really think? Is there possibility? Is there ways for you to consider this or not? And I, for one, if they say absolutely no carte blanche, I just think it would be a complete and utter waste of our time to take another step, because even if we wanted to, the state and federal would say no. So that's why at this stage it makes sense for us to engage. The only thing I would say is with the foreshadowed motion, speaking to an elder recently, said, look, we don't actually like the term traditional owners. We really prefer traditional custodians, and I think that term would be better. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I don't need to speak, I just need to ask this question.
They're going to ask it without speaking.
Yeah, so my question, yeah, classic Forster. Madam Chair, I just want to understand from you, or through you to a city officer, whether we're merely required to have consulted with traditional owners, or whether traditional owner support is required in order for the project to be considered by the state. Because I think, at least for me, that's been confused in my mind. And Councillor Owen-Jones, if it's the case that we merely need to consult, I'm worried about the foreshadowed motion, because it might put up a stumbling block that need not be there if the state simply needs us to, to have dealing. So I'd appreciate.
So I was going to do it.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I'd draw Councillor's attention to page 23. I think it's the third paragraph down, which from the Acting Director General John Lee to the former CEO David Edwards, which says that the state government consider this to be a necessary step in determining the feasibility of the cableway, and that's, traditional owner consultation process led by council as a necessary step in determining the feasibility of the cableway.
Madam Chair, I'm glad I asked that question. My sense from that letter is that we're merely required to have consulted in order for the project to potentially advance. Oh, right, and I've mucked it up. Okay. Page 23, right?
Consider the outcomes of the consultation.
Yes, so it'll consider the outcomes, but it's not saying that traditional owner support.
I think
have I completely misunderstood?
Well, I think it makes it clear that the government will use the consultation results in determining whether the project will proceed.
Well, if you actually read the next paragraph down, it names Jeff, so he might have a pretty good understanding.
So my understanding from when this response was provided to council is that the state would want to see traditional owner support for the project, because if there's not an ILUA in place, it would be hard for the state to approve a project like this in a national park.
Sorry, he got there.
So, Chair, just responding to Councillor Patterson's comments about this being a real conversation with traditional owners, but the problem is it's a real conversation about nothing. It's about a completely nebulous concept. There's nothing to put on the table and say, this is the project, let's engage in a real conversation about this. It's just completely nebulous, and the CEO himself has told us the response we'd get from them is about the cultural values that they have identified for the area. That's it.
No, that's not all.
And if that's our starting point, we are really not honouring the process, and I don't think that we should be engaging in this at this point in time, because I am completely interested in this being a market-led approach. If a market entrepreneur believes that this is a viable, valid, legitimate, worthy project, then they will invest their dollars into it, and they will be responsible for engaging in a committed way to a real conversation with the traditional owners. And they will provide that report and information to the council and the state government in due course. We are effectively the proponents of this project, and we are damaging our reputation and we are damaging our connection with the community every time this hits our desks and every time we talk about this, because the community at large has told us in a very strong, unquestionable way they really value the environment of the city. They value its diversity, they value its richness, they value its effect on us culturally and as a modern city. And they have told us that they want to be involved in protecting and conserving and benefiting that environment into the future for their children and grandchildren and so forth. And yet every time we bring this report, we damage that reputation, we damage that relationship with the community, because once again, we're just poking people in the eye saying, oh, and by the way, you know, we value World Heritage, but we're just going to consider this thing, which is our project. Once again, nobody else has come to us and said, I want to do this, and these are the steps I'm going to have to follow. It's us who are the proponents here, and our community is not telling us that they want this. This is a really significant step out of context with what the community's informed us and want us to do to properly protect the environment. And I don't think that we're going to get anything much valuable out of this consultation, because it is fundamentally challenged in its origins, where the CEO, as I said, has told us he expects that we'll get information from the cultural custodians about, or from the traditional custodians about what they see as the cultural values, the things that are important to them, and we're talking about such an incredibly nebulous project. There's really nothing that we can rely upon. We're exerting a lot of pressure on traditional custodians, whoever they may be, whoever we consult with. I don't know, there's obviously different stakeholders here. We're putting a lot of pressure on them to give us the right answer, and if they don't, we might just avoid that anyway. Because that's what we've done. That's the history with this project. Each time we've gone to the state government and said, how about this? And they've said, no, not interested. And we go, oh, well, anyway, we'll just do this. And that's got to stop. And this motion from Councillor Tozer does that. It just says, stop this. We shouldn't be funding this. It's not our enterprise. Let's leave it alone. And if there is a legitimate thing that comes forward, then we know what the process will be for those proponents to follow.
Why would they?
I'll just let the CEO respond.
Yeah, so just a couple of points out of me. So firstly, I would never seek to speak on behalf of First Nations people anywhere, least of all in Queensland, but I can tell you, Councillor, from my personal experience in another jurisdiction, there has been extreme frustration from members of the First Nations communities that I've worked with that we have jumped to solution before we've had a first conversation about what are the cultural values in an area. So I guess the intent why city officers have put this forward is that this is the first conversation prior to making any kind of decision about what the pathway would be, where the poles would be. This is a first step conversation. And I repeat the point, in my professional experience of dealing with First Nations communities over the last 25 years, the number one complaint that I've had is you're coming to us last, or you're coming to us as part of the process. You've already taken 3 steps. You've already decided where that piece of infrastructure is going to go. Now you're asking us about it. The model that we're putting forward here is to have the first conversation with those First Nations communities, so that we can get an understanding about whether or not that it's even feasible. The second point I would make is, so the key question will be, in answer to your earlier question, is this kind of project feasible in this area? And a great outworking of this is also a better understanding of the cultural values in the area. So that's the answer that we'll get, not purely one or the other, but hopefully both. And I think that's a good outcome for the city.
No, I don't agree, CEO. I'm going to have to respond through you, Chair. We have already decided that we think this is a project worth going ahead with. The Chair said herself that this has been in the destination manifest for years, decades, or a decade. So the decision's already been made by someone that this is a really worthy project. And traditional owners weren't consulted about that. Then the decision was made to go to the state government and seek their support. Traditional custodians weren't involved in that decision. Then the decision's made about something else. Then the decision, and the traditional custodians have never been part of this conversation. We've even defined an area where they think this is going to go. They've not been involved. So they're going to have the same complaint to you, CEO, and if they don't, I'm sorry that they won't, which is they are the last to get consulted about something that we've already given our consent to, whereas, you know, as the proponent.
Councillor Young, can I just say, out of respect for our new CEO, that this is the first time that he's overseen a report coming to us. And all that you've said, or maybe this is the second, but all that you've said has been history in this council. And I think he makes a very valid point that the starting point now, given the fact that we did consider one prior resolution which suggested we would like an MOU with the state government and their support, that hasn't eventuated, but they've come back to us and said, get your consultation underway. And the point that I made at committee is, unless we do this, we'll never know. They may have a great interest in being participants in this. They've never been asked. So I just wanted to say that the CEO has had vast experience in a very similar project, and I'm certain has the capacity to get us the information that we as a council will need in order to make our decisions along the way. So is there anyone that wants to speak in favour of against Councillor Tozer's motion? Question, Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair, Madam Chair. The question I have, seeing that the letter from the state government was dated the 26th of March 2021, and it was in relation to the traditional owner consultation, has it been determined who the traditional owners are of the area?
I'll go to the Director.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question through the Acting Chair. So there would be three parts. We should actually probably talk about Indigenous consultation. So there's the native title element to it. So that would be through Queensland South Native Title Services. There's the cultural heritage element, which would be through the two cultural heritage bodies for the Gold Coast. And then there's the traditional owners as well.
But the question I've asked, has it been determined who the traditional owners are?
No, it hasn't.
That's a bit of a worry, seeing that this...
I think that's the point, Councillor McDonald, that the officers need to find out and consult with those people who have not been consulted with. And Councillor Tozer is very well aware of the traditional owners in his division, and I'm sure he'll be very helpful in providing that information.
I was speaking to the Coomaberry people, and it's actually the Coomaberry people who are the traditional owners of the area. And also, with the public consultation or the community consultation, is it under, as per the state consultation, or would it be council consultation? Because certainly what I've seen of state consultation in recent times, I've been less than impressed with that consultation.
Thanks, Councillor, for the further question. Through the Acting Chair, I think given the state have asked us to do this, and also I think the feelings being expressed here are that we do this properly, it would need to be to a state standard of Indigenous consultation.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Okay.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor McDonald. That was something that we were concerned about at committee in terms of who is actually going to be consulted and what families. And I for one, was comforted when it was effectively stated that anyone and everyone who considers themselves to have an ownership or custodian over that land would certainly be consulted. That there is, as the director pointed out, that there are structures in terms of who we would and must consult, but that will be certainly open and made broad to whoever feels that it is their place to be consulted.
Councillor Young, speaking against.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And speaking against Councillor Tozer's motion there, in the fact that before we went to lunch, we had a very long conversation on allocation of a significant amount of city funds, and the thing that we all laboured on extensively was that we want good consultation before we make any decisions about allocating any funds going forward. So I think if we're going to do it in one area of our city where we say we've got to have consultation with not just the people in the centre of Surfers Paradise, but the whole of the city, that we should be at this stage consulting with the Indigenous owners of the land and then taking it further there. But I think we can't have one decision one way saying that's good enough for us and then the other way changing it around. So if consultation is what is needed, then I think we need to support consultation to put this to bed either way.
Thanks, Councillor Young. I'll go to Councillor Tozer to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just start by just correcting. We've actually written to the state twice, and the letters that have been written back to us are on page 23, dated 26th of March 2021, and also on page 22, where the letter is dated 14 October 2022. On the first occasion, we wrote to them in relation to what was a memorandum of understanding, and the second we wrote to them asking for support to refer under the EPBC Act, which is a federal piece of legislation under which any proponent would have to navigate, and we would seeking the state support from that. So just not wishing to correct you, but there was two letters written, and they've written effectively back. These are public letters. Any member of the public can read page 22 and 23 of the agenda, and they can read what the state has said. And Madam Chair, there's a little in-joke in council sometimes, and it is it's when a statement gets made or a report's reviewed by council and it comes to the chambers and committee, or sometimes when an email is sent, we use the word noted. And it generally means, as far as I can see, that we note it. It means, we're not really going to do anything about that. We're not quite sure how to go forward. Or it sometimes means, I totally disagree with you, but I don't want to offend you. And I think it's quite poignant that on page 22 of the agenda, it talks about the Queensland Government notes the Gold Coast City Council is being proactive in preparing the way for an opportunity for a cableway at Springbrook. And it goes on to say that they are looking forward to a thorough and extensive community and traditional owner consultation process led by the Gold Coast City Council, which I think isn't said, but it reads funded by the Gold Coast City Council, which is the necessary next step for the proposal. And this is central to the proposed use of the protected area. The letter goes on, as previously advised, the Queensland Government will consider the outcomes of this consultation as part of any later request for state involvement in the concept. And what people can read when they read those two paragraphs on page 22 of the agenda is they can see that the Queensland Government is noting our proactive work. It's excluding themselves from any involvement really whatsoever. And whilst I can't be sure that Mr Murphy, the Chief of Staff of the Premier who wrote this letter, is basically saying he's not involved at all or doesn't want to be involved at all, I think it's actually quite clear that they don't have an understanding yet of the community or traditional owner perspectives on this proposal, and frankly, I think they see the lack of information being an impediment to the project proceeding. What I do want to do is separate two things in my closing remarks. The first is I would hate to think anyone watching today or any councillor in this room would think that I don't think traditional owner consultation, traditional custodianship, First Nations understanding lacks value for this city. Frankly, I think it's something that we have not done well. We don't understand fully the long and quite beautiful and tragic at times history of the First Nations experience in our community. I'm only learning about that 10 years into my job. I'm only just learning about that now. And I think understanding Indigenous cultural values in our city is profoundly important. I also think that the idea of a cableway is pretty exciting. I actually like economic ideas for our city, and I was pretty chuffed to read the Urbis report to hear that, you know, there was economic feasibility to the project. So I would hate to think that any person listening or the councillors with whom we lead the city together would think that I have really formed a connected view. I want us to decouple those two things, Madam Chair. I think we need to decouple those things. What I think is entirely mistaken by us proceeding other than in this motion that I've proposed today is that we don't want to engage with traditional owners under the guise of implicit support or opposition for a project that actually undermines the context of how important traditional owners are to our city. We don't want to ask them about their connection to land on the basis of a cableway. We want to ask them about their connection to the land because it's important. Because it's important. It's intrinsically important to us understanding who we are as a city, the long thousands and thousands of years of history that are First Nations driven, and frankly, that is a lack in our city right now, and I think we should embark on that separately. And if today we were proposing to allocate $200,000 to talk to traditional owners specifically about their thoughts on our city, not connected to the guise of advancing a cableway concept, I think that'd be money well spent. And I feel that, frankly, your words when you said that in the destination management plan, it's been in the market for multiple decades. You know, since the time it was first mentioned, there's been significant investment in our city, in tourism infrastructure, in constructing buildings and all sorts of things. There is no reason why a proponent for this cableway shouldn't have come up by now. But seeking to engage with traditional owners and understanding more about them under the guise of this project, I think undermines our hopes and aspirations for better relationships with traditional owners. And frankly, I think it really handballs them. It really throws them a hospital pass because it will divide the community. This is a contentious project. And the idea that traditional owners might, their perspective on this project, driven by their economic interests or their social interests or their cultural interests, might sway this project one way or another. I think really at this stage of the project, there needs to be more details to help us understand what that traditional owner consultation and their feedback might mean to us as a city. I really hope that people support this motion today. I think it's the right thing for us to redeploy our funds at this time to other projects in the city. I think it's right for us to seek a market-led expression of interest from proponents of a cableway before we take any further steps. And frankly, I think that is in line with the state's interest and the way they phrase the letters for people to read whenever they like. We have better things, better tourism infrastructure, better ideas in this city than this project at this time. And we should embark on traditional owner consultation entirely separately, decoupled from this project, if the council deems that has merit.
Thank you, Councillor Tozer. I'll just make the one point that the CEO, when he spoke to us just a few minutes ago, suggested that the consultation would be in regard to the values they held within a very specific area, a very large area. And I think that was the reason why the consultation is particularly important at this time. Anyway, I'll take the vote. So that we're voting at the moment for Councillor Tozer's motion that no further action on this matter is undertaken until a market-led expression of interest is submitted to council. Those in... Sorry? And we'll take a division, please. And all those in favour?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor McDonald.
Those against?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young and Councillor O'Neill.
And I'll go to Councillor Owen-Jones for the foreshadowed motion.
Thank you. So I acknowledge what Councillor Patterson said in regards to custodians, but I've actually used the words that are in the state's letter, which is traditional owner. But I think we appreciate that we're interested in as respectful a conversation as possible. And in part, that's why I've actually, if I have a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded, Councillor Vorster.
And in part, that's actually why I've named the lobster in regards to asking the Chief Executive Officer to be the person who heads up that conversation. So I'm interested in that very first conversation being done with as much respect and as least amount of division as possible. And I'm interested in there either being support or not being support. I don't need to. I'm happy with the letter that Jeff wrote in a previous life, because I read that as being about it being a gateway to moving forward, and that would need support. If I could just touch on a couple of things that Councillor...
Can you just have a look at your motion and see if you wanted the word retained or obtained in point number 2?
Obtained.
Correct. Now go ahead.
Councillor Tozer, my understanding of when somebody has sent me an email with the word noted, I generally think of something a whole lot different to what you've said, which I can't say out loud in a public meeting. And in regards to a market-led approach with interest given to the City of Gold Coast, I'm going to use another phrase, which is yeah, nah, because I'm actually not interested in a bank or a financier or somebody saying, oh, this is what we want to do. That comes down the track. I think this allows the city to find out through honest conversation from traditional owners, custodians, anybody who wants to be part of that traditional stakeholder, custodian, steward of the land, to come forward and be part of a conversation. And that's before we look to do any broader community consultation. That broader community consultation would involve the development of a strategy, and that would need to come back to council through a report in order to be adopted. So gentle, honest steps to start with, and clear, honest feedback from the administration to the council, and that is the only way forward. And I'm not agnostic about a cable car. I actually, it's not something that I've ever been necessarily excited about. So that's why I couldn't support the previous one, because I'm not actually interested in market-led discussions. I'm interested in us moving forward, and we only do that with respect.
Thank you. You wishing to speak against, Councillor Tozer? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I can't support the motion as it is, but I wanted to acknowledge Councillor Owen-Jones, what I think is extremely genuine and well-worded commitment in terms of engaging with traditional owners in our city. I actually think it's actually exactly what we need to do. I can't support this motion because I think it's effectively undermined by the connection to a cableway. But I don't think I could have worded a motion like this better than what Councillor Owen-Jones did. So it's definitely not noted, Councillor Owen-Jones. I very much appreciate what was said. I do deeply hope that the exercise that we might go down here has appropriate respect for the very divergent views from First Nations people in our city. There are lots of different views, and all of them connect with land in lots of different ways. And I really hope that what we as a council draw from this, even though I can't support this motion, what we ultimately draw from this exercise is actually the start of a better understanding about traditional owners in our city. And I hope that, whilst I'm sure that they'll comment about cableways and infrastructure and economic impact and things like that, I hope that we can learn something about the First Nations people who were here first. I think that's going to be really interesting for us, and I think there is value. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tozer. Councillor Caldwell, I'll go to you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move an amendment if you'd be happy to receive one.
Sure.
I'd like to change the first paragraph to read as follows: that Council approves the commencement of thorough and extensive community and traditional owner consultation. Well, if Councillor Patterson was one of the 6 people who tuned in as best they could online to the meeting, whilst trying to balance a range of other commitments. So I did make an effort, but I must have missed that. So if Councillor Patterson wants to fill me in on something that I missed, I'm happy to hear it. But I'm just concerned, the thought process behind that is I would dearly love to simply do what the state government have asked us to do. They don't put a gateway process whereby we have to meet one gateway before we move on to the next. And I am also, although not necessarily equally, interested in a variety of issues that might be raised in relation to this. And I can't see why we wouldn't just deal with all of that at the one time. So, for example, there may be other environmental values which could be brought to bear very early on, which might have some impact on where this project was to move, if at all. And it would be helpful, in my view, if that was all known at the start. So,
Councillor, while you're thinking...
So full stop and then delete traditional owners, delete paragraph 2 and delete paragraph 3, actually. And the CEO can come back to us at the conclusion of that extensive traditional owner and community consultation. That's an amendment.
I know now that you tuned in. However, the purpose of starting with the traditional owners was to see whether there was any point in moving past that consultation.
I understand that, but I don't think it's going to hurt for us to hear broader views. And so that's the thrust of my amendment. People may have a differing view, and that's fine.
Yep.
That doesn't mean to say that we can't do it this way. But I understand what the committee was doing by setting up effectively a gateway, but we then have, in paragraph 2 of Councillor Owen Jones's motion, set up another gateway, which is that the traditional owners would need to approve the communications consul strategy or something. Like, they need to approve that first. Well, no, it says, it doesn't say.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Caldwell's motion? Councillor Vorster. Thank you.
So, well, if I've misread paragraph 2, that is that we, is that intended to be the traditional owners' support for the project or for the community consultation strategy? Because I read it as being there can be no communications strategy moving forward unless there is some traditional owners' support for that plan.
Yep, that's it.
Now, to me, we may never get traditional owners, whomever they might be, to approve a communication strategy to go to the broader community. So if again, I'm happy to have other people make a contribution to this, but I think there are some holes in this that I think need to be explained.
My understanding of the motion was that the first point of call was with the traditional owners, and if there was no support from the traditional owners, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Owen Jones, then we would not move to any further consultation. So there would be no need for a strategy thereafter because the project would be dead.
So am I to read from that, and I don't know what the CEO is thinking, are you thinking that that should read effectively obtain traditional owners' support for that project?
Through you, Chair, I'll deliver whatever council decide. So the way I read that is that we will do a consultation with the traditional owners as written, and then I'll come back to council and I'll say there was support, there was not support, or there was something in the middle, with a recommendation as to whether or not we continue with consultation.
I'm just going to withdraw the amendment, but that's fine.
Okay, so we have Councillor Young wanting to speak against the motion, I presume, which is now Councillor Owen Jones.
I'll speak against everything.
Motion.
I don't have to be specific about just the amendment.
No, the amendment's been withdrawn. There is no amendment.
It's withdrawn. So I don't have the same glowing response to this motion, Chair. that Councillor Tozer expressed, because what this is requiring is that the traditional owners provide their support for a completely nebulous project, and based on that there'll be a report come back to us and say, yes, we've got that tick, we can go to the next gate.
We don't know that.
Pardon me?
We don't know that till we consult. That's the point.
It's our project. We're the proponent. We're the ones that keep pushing this along. We're the ones that are agitating for this. Nobody else is, just us. And we are going to get their support. We might not, but if we don't get their support, nothing happens. But the pressure is on them to provide, to be participants in a process that we have manufactured and manifested ourselves completely in isolation of them. We don't even know who they are that we're going to be consulting with. That's how bad it is. And they're required to give us their support. I mean, it's just so much pressure being put on these people to be part of that engagement and to tell us that this is a great idea, that they support it in any slender way, because we've just been clutching at straws through this whole process. Any slight bit of oxygen, we'll just grab that and run and say, yes, let's continue with this amazing project, which nobody sees as amazing except for us. And it's fundamentally flawed in that regard. So the motion before us, and I'll just come back to my earlier comments when I responded to the CEO. That's not a criticism of him. I have the greatest respect for Mr. Baker, but...
Remember his name.
Nailed it. But it was just to try to correct him about the process, because a lot of that did precede his involvement with the council, and I think it is very much a matter of the fact that we have made decisions along the way. There has been a whole big process, not very successful, but the traditional custodians have never been involved at all in that. And right at the last minute, the expectation is that they're going to be engaged and we're going to obtain their support. And based on that, look out.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So the way I'm reading this now is that traditional owners can veto this and we don't go out to the rest of our community. Is that my understanding? Yep. Thank you.
Correct. Any other speakers? If not, I'll just reinforce my view, which is that this is not last minute, this is first step. And personally, I've had a cableway suggested previously in Division 1, and unlike Councillor Tozer, I haven't been terribly receptive to that because it was proposed over the Willowvale area, where there's lots of homes and environmental impacts and amenity issues. So for me, there's still a lot of questions to be answered in the way forward should the traditional owners support some involvement in a proposed project. There is no proposed project at the moment. This is simply de-risking the opportunity for a private or maybe a joint partnership arrangement where the traditional owners may well be involved. So I simply see this as a very respectful way of deciding whether or not anything further occurs in this space. And I'll now go to Councillor Owen-Jones to close.
Thank you.
No, we're closing now.
So I really don't want it to be seen as a pressure cooker for traditional landowners. I want it to be seen as an opportunity for us to have a respectful conversation. I personally am not interested in the City of Gold Coast being a proponent, and that's not what I'm attempting to achieve here. And as Councillor Gates said, to me, this isn't necessarily last minute. It's actually the first minute. It's starting off, and it is nebulous in the context that there is nothing designed. But what we do have is an amazing piece of Australia that exists out there, and we either respect it right from the start and it goes somewhere, or it goes nowhere. So this shouldn't be seen as me wanting to be the city being a proponent. I'm not necessarily interested in that, and it may be that the only thing that comes out of this entire conversation is a no and an acknowledgement that we can do better in how we engage with the traditional owners and custodians of this land.
Thank you. We'll take the vote. Those in favour?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Vorster and Councillor McDonald.
That is carried. Okay, councillors, we're still going on economy, tourism and events, and if I could make a declaration, and Councillor Caldwell, you might like to come to the chair. I made a declaration. There was a report it was 7.2, the City Economy Activity Update, that purely mentioned the participation of Sanctuary Cove. And because I'm a beneficiary of Harchelma, trading as the Gates Family Discretionary Trust, which operates primarily at Sanctuary Cove, I chose to leave the room despite the officers saying it wasn't necessary, but I'm going to do so again today while the vote is taken.
Thanks for leaving your coffee too, Councillor Gates. It's very, very kind. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Chair, I'm happy to move the committee recommendation if you would like, unless there's another declaration. Sorry.
Question or declaration?
Well, I'm not sure. So, Mr Chair, through you to the General Counsel, my brother has entered into a commercial agreement with Sanctuary Cove, with Malfa, I understand have an interest at Sanctuary Cove. He provides payment solutions to them, direct debits, FPOS terminals, and the like. It's a very new commercial relationship. I don't fully understand it. My brother and I haven't really spoken at length about it. I took the step of making a declarable conflict of interest declaration earlier in the meeting, and I noted that I made that voluntarily, but because Councillor Gates had made a declaration. Now I find myself in the same situation where she's made a declaration with respect to this entity. So I just wonder if I could seek some advice about, for the sake of consistency, because I think that's a requirement when making declarations, I should quickly make that same declaration.
Yeah, we can bring up the minutes, Secretary.
So, Councillor, my advice is out of an abundance of caution and for consistency, I would declare it.
The minutes, Secretary Sable. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Tozer.
I've had a read of it because of us having read it before, and I think it's the same words.
So I think just...
so I'm happy to...
Yeah, let's just hear from Councillor Vorster, just to double check that the wording and the declaration are correct.
Well, of course.
Well, not quite yet, Mr Chair, because our fantastic team here have copied the declaration, which was couched in terms of active transport infrastructure. So they're just taking steps now, following my conversation, to finesse the declaration to tie it to the matter at hand, which is a workshop around economic development. So that'll be a couple of more minutes. My apologies.
All right, Councillor Vorster, if you just want to review the declaration that's being made. Happy with that? Councillor Tozer.
I'm happy to move, if you're okay with it, that Councillor Vorster should remain in the room because the interest is minor and remote. I'm not going to say that.
All right, someone like to second that? Second by Councillor Pauline Young. Anyone want to speak on that? Otherwise, we'll take the vote. Councillor Peter Young's just returned, so that's good timing. Take the vote. All in favour?
Councillor Corwell, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Hemmel.
And Councillor Vorster did not vote. All right. Councillor Tozer.
I'm happy to move the committee recommendation and then quickly speak to it if you like.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Tozer, seconded by Councillor Owen Jones. Councillor Tozer.
Councillor Corwell, the report that we talked about today, ironically, just updates the council on a variety of matters that we have been undertaking in the economic development unit of council, including the nighttime economy project, business attraction, sports attraction, screen attraction, our international investment and trade program, Gold Coast Business Week, and even some of the technology things that are happening in our city. It was a really interesting report, but it is shouldn't be reflective of the hard work that unit has undertaken, that we are simply noting the contents of the report.
And I think we're making the contents non-confidential.
I think they'll all be, the majority of the report will be non-confidential, I would suggest, and it'll be good reading for those people who are interested in the work that council is doing to build our economy.
So in due course, you'll be able to talk to that more. All right, anyone else want to speak for or against? We'll take the vote. All in favour? Against? Carried. All right, we'll ask Councillor Gates to return.
Did we adopt the report, Councillor?
We unfortunately did not, Madam
No, just
Chair.
just the item that you're...
Thank you. I'll go back to you, Councillor. Are there no other items, Councillor? I don't think there's any left.
There is one left. It's a good one, but I will just move, Madam Chair, that the remaining recommendations of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee be adopted.
And well played, Bob.
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. All those in favour?
Should be whining.
That is carried. Thank you, councillors. I have lost my agenda. Where are we?
You're up to June.
Sorry.
Notice some motion.
I've lost my running sheet too. Thank you. Beautiful. Okay, so there's no notices of motion. There's no questions on notice. Presentation of petition. I'll go to Councillor Caldwell. Got one too.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move that the petition to council be received and referred to the appropriate committee.
Could I second this, please?
And if it's, sorry, yeah. Councillor Owen-Jones, thank you for your support as my immediate neighbouring councillor. I'll speak to it briefly, and that is to say that there's a wonderful street in the suburb of Holywell called Azalea Avenue, which is adjacent to the Runaway Bay Marina. On about the 20th of January, there was some work that was commenced by the marina owners to clear the trees along the frontage of Azalea Avenue. We became aware of that works and reported it immediately. Officers attended and the work was stopped straight away, which was great. We have now, just over a month later, received this petition asking us to act now to stop those trees being cut down. And just to fill in the council, the owners of the marina have subsequently lodged a operational works application for tree removal, but that will be considered in light of a 1999 approval, which does require a landscape buffer along Azalea Avenue. So I don't expect that this particular petition will require too much more work or consideration by the planning officers, other than in due course to advise the residents of the outcome of the decision that's made from that operational works application.
Question, please.
Councillor Young.
For you, Chair, to Councillor Caldwell, just a simple question. The trees are within the private property or on the verge?
They are, Councillor Young, they're within the Runaway Bay Marina property. They do overhang the fence. They're sort of large cottonwoods or hibiscus, coastal hibiscus type trees. So they sprawl quite a bit. The marina were, I believe, of a genuine belief that it was as of right clearing because they were so close to the boundary. But it's been brought to their attention that there is in fact a landscaping requirement in accordance with their approval. So that needs more consideration.
Thank you. I'll take the vote. Those in favour? That is carried. Councillor Vorster, you have a motion, and I've just been advised by the CEO for your information before you actually embark on any discussion. The only matter we're considering today is receiving the petition and referring it on.
Yeah, why? Did I make a mistake?
No, not yet.
I move that the petition be received and referred to the relevant committee.
Seconded by Councillor Owen-Jones. All those in favour? That is carried. And I too have a petition today from the residents of Appleberry, live adjacent to Appleberry Park at Coomera, in relation to their objection to a designated off-leash dog exercise area, and I seek that it be received and referred for a response. Seconding Councillor Owen-Jones. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you, councillors. And there's my petition. Is there any other general business that we have? Councillor Herman Vorster.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, we spoke about this earlier. On the 13th of on the 13th of February, I forwarded a declarable conflict of interest form to the council conflicts inbox. For whatever reason, that DCI did not make it onto the early part of the agenda. I forwarded a copy of it to the Chamber support email and would appreciate your indulgence to deal with it.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So if we could bring that up on the screen.
1 minute before we take this.
She has, yeah. I think
Oh, Cameron's.
I think we actually just dismissed that.
we're counting on it.
IT transformation in 1 second. Yeah, I think, Councillor, I think we're ready to go.
So, councillors, just making a DCOI. Long story short, I've got a connection to the Somerset College PNC because my kids attend the school, but also the Alumni Association. The school run a recreational sailing program, which makes use of the Lake Orr. Now, the general manager of Sports House, which runs a council leased facility, would like to connect with Somerset College with the view of formalising a lease in this council-owned facility. I don't believe there's a declarable conflict of interest here. However, the former acting city solicitor provided me with some advice some time ago that I should be making this declaration. So I'm merely doing it to act on that advice because I've received no update after my email on the 13th. So here it is. I'd like to participate in making that introduction.
Are we able to make it a little larger? We can't. Would you like to read it out?
I can read it. So a reasonable person may form the view I have an interest participating in a decision concerning the installation of bollards or other equipment, Lake or Parklands. This is because the works may affect vehicular access, Somerset College, former student, my children are enrolled, they operate the sailing program. If we could scroll to the bottom. Varsity College, limited open space. Again, Sports House wants to touch base with the college, and I'm just making an introduction.
Councillor Borster, would you like to check with the new General Counsel whether she feels a declaration is necessary before we...
Madam Chair, that was the purpose of my email on the 13th, so that advice is now to hand. Eager to act on it.
Your interest as a student or with children in the relevant...
Do you want to stand and use your microphone?
Excuse me. To the extent the disclosure relates to your attendance at a particular school or your children's attendance at a particular school, that is not a declarable conflict of interest. And as for the balance, I question whether you have a personal interest in the matters being decided today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on that basis, I won't make the declaration, but I just want to flag that I received contrary advice, but I'll heed this today. Thank you.
Okay. That's great. We have one more item, councillors, item number 16.1, which was circulated. Councillor Owen-Jones, seconded Councillor Hamill. All in favour? That is carried. Meeting over. Oh, sorry. Mr CEO would like to just say one thing.
Can I just today, I think we've broken the record for the most amount of changes on screen, so I just wanted to thank Tracy for her outstanding effort today. Well done.
Hear, hear. Well done, Tracy. And now the meeting is closed at 15:13. I love doing that. I like that, Daff. You